Chapter 794. Sua Xiao Duo said matter-of-factly, "Are you brainless? Or is there something wrong with your brain? I've already said what I want to say. What does it matter to me whether you finish your words or not? What's more, even if you break the heavens, can you still escape death? All of you are doomed to die." That's what I said. Wan Lixio was panting behind Sua Xiao Duo. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "Arzwa is here. What's the difference if you say more or less? Anyway, you're all dead." As she spoke, Sua Xiao Duo had already rushed forward bravely and shouted, "Remember to be a ghost in front of the King of Hell. I'm Sua Xiao Duo, nicknamed Iron Fist Young Master. When you're in front of the King of Hell, don't be a muddle-headed ghost who doesn't even know the name of the person who killed you when others ask you how you died." As he spoke, the short and fat young man in front of him had been punched 3 meters away. "Iron Fist Young Master, Sua Xiao Duo, will remember you." Suddenly, the short and fat young man reacted, "You're Sua Xiao Duo. This is a misunderstanding." He suddenly remembered what he had told him before he came. If they encountered Sua Xiao Duo, they would retreat. They were all dumbfounded. How could they retreat now? They were already fighting head-on. "Misunderstanding my ass." Sua Xiao Duo scolded, "Go back and send your sister to us astral souls so that we can have a good time. Then come back and tell me that it's a misunderstanding. A bunch of trash." It was already irreconcilable. The 10 people on the opposite side also had the intention to fight with all their might. Another person gritted his teeth and came forward with his sword, "We'll tell you when we get back. The person we killed is Iron Fist Young Master." Ah! Before he could finish speaking, his eyeball shattered with a "paw" sound. A small white jade gourd was embedded in his eye socket, and it exploded immediately. He let out a miserable howl and rolled on the ground in so much pain that he wished he were dead. That hidden weapon had entered his brain through his eyes. At this moment, his brain was already a mess. Although he was still rolling, he was already a dead man nailed to the board. The moment the hidden weapon hit him, it had already announced his death. "Watch my iron fist!" Sua Xiao Duo roared. He stood still in front of Wan Lixio and the other 2 girls and punched 3 times. Then, 7 or 8 small white jade gourds flew out silently. Then, the sword moved and Sua Xiao Duo shouted, "Watch my sword!" The dragon gate kick under his feet attacked continuously at an unimaginable speed. Puff! Ouch! The 3 people on the opposite side covered their crotches and knelt down with twisted faces. As Sua Xiao Duo's cultivation increased, he became more and more proficient in the dragon kick. It was impossible to guard against and his strength was super strong. After 3 kicks, the 3 of them could directly make tomato egg soup without stirring. The other people hurriedly dodged but felt something under their feet. Before they could react, they had already exploded and screamed. This bastard, he used his iron fist and sword. In the end, it turned out to be a sneak attack using hidden weapons. The main thing was that Sua Xiao Duo's fame was deeply rooted in their hearts. They were already on guard against Sua Xiao Duo's shout. After hearing it, they subconsciously guarded against the iron fist and sword. In the end, they didn't know that it was not the case at all. What they guarded against did not come and what they didn't guard against did not fall. This kind of tragedy was really speechless. If they didn't have such a warning before coming, although the outcome wouldn't be much better, it wouldn't be so easy. Now, it could only be said that this was fate. Sua Xiao Duo swung his long sword and slashed 3 times in a row, chopping off the heads of the 3 people who were holding on to their crotches and howling miserably. Then, he kicked the 3 heads off the cliff with 3 ping-ping-pangs. However, he carefully kicked the bodies behind him, Xiao Air, search them and take their rings. Okay. Wan Lixio answered crisply. Gao Qiao, who was standing at the side, suddenly understood. No wonder Zhuo Xiaoduo had so many miscellaneous things last time. It turned out that they were all from this. While Wan Lixio was busy, another headless body was dragged over by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Screams could be heard. The 8 people on the opposite side had already been killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Wan Lixio was busy and felt lucky. Fortunately, she didn't spar with Zhuo. If they really fought, she would definitely have avoided a loving education. She couldn't even defeat 3 people, but Zhuo dealt with 12 people alone and killed 8 of them in an instant. This combat power was simply off the charts. As the 8 people on the opposite side fell one after another, drops of luck points fell from the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits as he fought. This kind of battle was still the best. From inside to outside, there were gains everywhere. The other 4 people screamed and turned around to escape. TSK, I haven't even paid you for reading your fortune, and you want to run? How can there be such a logic in this world? Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly unleashed his movement technique. With a speed that was 3 times faster than these people, he madly circled around. With 1 slash of his sword and 2 punches, he sent 2 people back. With 1 kick, he kicked another person's crotch and sent him flying back like a corpse. The short and fat young man looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in despair. We, the greedy wolves, won't forgive you. You talk too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo chopped off his head with his sword. What's the use of saying this now? Is there any meaning to it? What a waste of saliva. Ignoring the pleas of the other 2, he killed them one by one with his sword. Search them. I feel that these guys must have something good on them. Zhuo Xiaoduo said expectantly. He didn't hide his greedy face. Gao Qiao and Wan Lixio both rolled their eyes. Boss Zhuo, you're a man. How can you let us 2 girls do this kind of bloody and dirty work? Wan Lixio rolled her eyes. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo also rolled his eyes. Xiao, if you didn't say this, I wouldn't have realized this. Then you realize it now, right? Why don't you do it yourself? Wan Lixio said. I mean, if you didn't say this, I wouldn't have realized that you're a girl. Pfft, ha ha ha. Gao Qiao suddenly burst out laughing and swayed back and forth. This sentence was a stroke of genius. How did Zhuo Xiaoduo come up with it? Wan Lixio was so angry that her breasts expanded by a cup size. She angrily threw the 12 rings to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Here, you stingy boss. Nothing else. I'll leave the weapons to you too. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the corpses expectantly. After confirming that there was nothing else, he kicked them all into the abyss. He also swept up the wind and snow to clean the cliff platform. Then, he warmly greeted them. Come, come. It's not easy to meet again. Sit down and have a good rest. We'll split the loot later. We won't split it, Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao said at the same time. They had just been saved. How could they have the face to split the loot? Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a large number of pills and healing potions. He placed everything on the ground. Okay. We'll listen to you. See if there's anything missing. This doesn't count as loot. Okay. This time, the 2 didn't stand on ceremony. If they continued to stand on ceremony, it would be pretentious. Especially for Wan Lixio and Zhuo Xiaoduo, there was no need to stand on ceremony. Xiao, why are you so weak? You can't even defeat these few people? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very surprised. Didn't I hear that the 2 of you are the strongest among the new students in Yunduan High School? Wan Lixio rolled her eyes. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's question was really hard to answer. Gao Chao smiled bitterly and said, "You can't blame Sister Xiao. The selection this time is to select the most outstanding geniuses from the entire 3 continents. Those who are slightly weaker won't be able to enter the list. For example, how many people in our school are at the soul transformation stage? Those who can enter the Hidden Dragon High School, which one of them isn't a top pick? However, in the end, only 400 people can enter the list. As for the rest, any one of them, if placed in other high martial arts schools, would also be a top choice, right? Sister Xiao is indeed outstanding in Yunduan High School, but these people, in their own schools, I'm afraid that they are not much weaker than Sister Xiao. Gao Chao analyzed, so, to be able to fight 1 against 3 is already a very impressive level of strength. Sua Xiaoduo said proudly, then how can I fight 1 against 12? Wanli Xiao and Gao Chao were so angry that their chests puffed up. So this bitch was waiting here. Just to show off. The 2 girls said in unison, gnashing their teeth, because you are bitch. A bitch is invincible in the world. There was definitely no time to tidy up the space ring now. The space was so big, and there were so many treasures waiting to be tidied up. How could there be time to open the space ring? With the cultivation of those brothers, how much could they have gained? It should be known that all the gains in Zhuoshaoduo's space ring were piled up like mountains and seas. It was more than enough to supply the whole team. Right now, there were only Wanli Xiao and Gao Chao. The 3 of them rested for a while and went down the mountain. Along the way, Gao Chao and Wanli Xiao were so shocked that they were numb. As far as their eyes could see, there was clearly nothing. However, Zhuoshaoduo started to dig a hole without any warning. And as soon as he dug down, he found a rare heavenly treasure. If they insisted that this was a coincidence, it was really difficult to say that this was a coincidence in this situation. That was why they insisted on saying that it was a coincidence. But then, along the way, there was a piece of messy stone. A few shovels also flattened it, revealing the flat ground, and continued to dig. After digging down, he found another ancient treasure. Zhuoshaoduo suddenly stopped on the smooth cliff. He dug a hole in a few moves and pulled out a set of heavenly and earthly treasures from the hole that Wanli Xiao and Gao Chao looked as if they were in a dream. How did he find out all this? If Li Chenglong's search for heavenly treasures was based on the theory of physical properties and there were traces to follow, then Zhuoshaoduo's move was really traceless and amazing. Zhua, how did you find out all this? Wanli Xiao was puzzled and couldn't help but ask. It was a taboo for practitioners to pry into other people's privacy. However, Wanli Xiao and Zhuoshaoduo were close friends. In addition, she was too suspicious at this time, so she finally couldn't help but ask. This requires daily accumulation and good observation. I can see that you don't work hard usually. Zhuoshaoduo pulled a long face and caught Wanli Xiao to teach her a lesson. Chapter 795. Ah. Wanli Xiao's eyes widened in confusion. Have I learned this before? Zhuoshaoduo scolded her. Did you see it just now? There are patterns on the stone outside. The patterns are like a dog's tail. This means that there is something inside. Just now, the stones there looked messy, right? In fact, it is an irregular triangle. You can tell that there is something below. And there, at the lee side, there are 2 dung beetles. Of course, there is something below. Zhuoshaoduo made up a bunch of nonsense as if it was true. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You talk a bunch of nonsense that no one would believe. You are talking nonsense with a serious face. Wanli Xiao rolled her eyes. Gao Chao was still thinking about the possibility of this nonsense. However, for Wanli Xiao, who knew Zhuoshaoduo better, she didn't even believe in punctuation. Ah. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Sua Xiao Duo spread his hands. Maybe it's because of my good character. I just casually dug and there is a heavenly treasure. Hey, Xiao, don't move. All of a sudden, he was startled and shouted loudly. Wan Li Xiao stiffened and didn't move. What? What? Before she finished speaking, Sua Xiao Duo took out the big shovel again and dug more than 10 meters under Wan Li Xiao's feet. Under Wan Li Xiao's surprised gaze, he dug out a 3,000-year-old blood-replenishing vine. He threw it over. Here, I see that Xiao is weak now. There must be something good where you are standing. I just casually dug and it is indeed the blood-replenishing vine that you need the most. Here you go. Wan Li Xiao's eyes widened. Gao Qiao's eyes widened too. Is this true? Gao Qiao hurriedly asked, Boss, look at what is under my feet. Sua Xiao Duo took a look and said, You are not injured. What can there be under your feet? There is nothing. Gao Qiao, Wan Li Xiao, The two women's lips twitched. They were a little skeptical. They didn't believe it at first, but it was dug out right under their eyes. As the saying goes, facts speak louder than words. To dig out what she needed the most right under her feet. Wan Li Xiao felt a little dizzy. He was actually doubting his previous accurate judgment. A man's mouth was a scary ghost, but Sua Xiaoduo's mouth was even scarier than a ghost's. Sua Xiao Duo laughed so hard that his belly almost burst. He said, Let's go, let's keep going. I feel that you still need another heaven vein vermilion fruit to fully recover. How can we miss out on this opportunity? Heavenly vermilion fruit. Can't miss it. How can it be guided by destiny? Wan Li Xiao felt a little dizzy. Come, let's go this way. Sua Xiao Duo led the way. Follow this path down the mountain. You don't have to be so cautious. The heavenly axiom is there for you. If it's yours, it's yours. Your boss will always be your boss. Then, he took the two of them and jumped down the rapid current. In an instant, they fell more than 1,000 feet and landed on a flat ground. At this moment, Wan Li Xiao's feet landed on the side of a tree. She was about to continue flying down when suddenly, Don't move. Sua Xiao Duo immediately said, Stand there and don't move. Wan Li Xiao immediately became nervous. Is there something? Sua Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. When you fell, your breathing was rapid. It was caused by your internal injuries. So, there must be something nearby that can heal your internal injuries. Wan Li Xiao was surprised. Really? Gao Qiao was also dumbfounded. They couldn't really dig out the heaven vein vermilion fruit here, right? Then, the two of them watched as Sua Xiao Duo took out a super big shovel and dug down 400 to 500 feet. Then, he reached out and pulled it out. It's out. Let me see. Damn. Xiao, it's really the heaven vein vermilion fruit you needed the most. And there are exactly 3 of them. One for each of us. Looking at the heaven vein vermilion fruit in Sua Xiaoduo's hand that was shining with a black light and seemed to have stars twinkling in it, Gao Qiao, and Wan Li Xiao's beautiful eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my god. It's really there. Could it be that Sua wasn't spouting nonsense? Was there really such a thing? Zua is really Zua. Eat it quickly. Chew it together with the blood-replenishing vine. The effect will be better. Sua Xiao Duo said sanctimoniously, It's more important to recover quickly. Wan Li Xiao ate it as she was told. Indeed, she quickly recovered and almost fully recovered. This time, the two girls were not surprised at all. As expected, they were naturally duped by Duo. Then, Duo realized that he had gotten himself into trouble. The two girls would stop at almost every place they went and stomp on the ground. Boss Swa, quickly come and see if there are any opportunities down there. The first few times were fine and he was secretly happy. But after a while, Duo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The Heavenly Tao has proof of this. What you're doing is too deliberate. Sigh, my mouth is cheap. Duo was a little depressed. Trouble comes from careless talk. He only cared about acting tough and wanted to dissipate the fear of the two girls being hunted down. So, he made such a joke, and in the end, he got himself into endless trouble. The three of them walked forward happily. Gao Qiao still left signals and arrows along the way. Every once in a while, she would fly into the sky and let out a long whistle, hoping to get a response. Unfortunately, there was no response. The three of them sped all the way and soon reached the foot of the mountain. But it was already evening. Let's find a place to rest. Okay. Duo quickly dug two big stone caves at the mountain pass. He gave one to Wanli Xiu and Gao Qiao, and the other to himself. Right at the mountain pass. Gao Qiao was puzzled. Wasn't the target too obvious? It's okay. This is the only way. Duo smiled. No matter who comes from here, they won't miss this place. Gao Qiao suddenly felt a toothache. This sentence, no matter who comes from here, seemed to have a deep meaning and lingered in her mind. After the arrangements were made, Duo personally flew into the sky and let out a long whistle. Still, there was no response for a long time. He then called everyone back to the cave to rest. After Duo entered the cave, he immediately went into the Tower of Emptiness to cultivate. Inside the Tower of Emptiness, there was a lot of time, and he had plenty of time to do anything. In the other cave, the two girls took out their camping equipment and tidied up their resting place comfortably. Then, they huddled in a tent to talk. Why do I still feel like we've been fooled? Gao Qiao said. It can't be, right? Wanli Xiu was more honest. She said, Zhuo really dug it out from under my feet. How can this be faked? Even if Zhuo can clone himself, he can't create treasures out of nothing. The mountain walls and the ground are in perfect condition. That's not what I mean. I'm not saying that he's prepared something good in advance. But think about it carefully. No matter where we go, Boss will lead the way. He will take us wherever he wants us to go. As long as he has the intention, you'll stand wherever he wants you to stand. The more Gao Qiao thought about it, the more she felt that she had been fooled. She couldn't help but feel depressed. It's fine that Wanli Xiu was fooled, but why am I fooled too? What do you think Boss wants to do by arranging a campsite here? Is there something fishy about it? He wants to rob us. Wanli Xiu didn't know much about Duo. She said directly without thinking, if the people coming up tonight are from our side and the Astral Souls continent, it's fine. But if they are from the Umno Alliance or the Tao League? Ha! Gao Qiao said, I think so too. If they are from the Tao League, it's fine. They will rob money and not kill. But if they are from the Umno Alliance, I don't think anyone will survive. Wanli Xiu sighed. Gao Qiao also nodded. From the moments Duo killed those 12 people, the two women could feel it. Duo's murderous aura was soaring. It was obvious that he had made up his mind. That was the truth. What the Flood Witch's warning? Fuck you. I will kill every member of the Wizard Alliance that I see. Anyway, The king of Zwolus said that he would help me. Who am I afraid of? Moreover, as long as I silence all of them, how can you accuse me of killing them? Do you think that just because you, the great flood sorcerer, claim to be #1 in the world, your words are law? Have you forgotten that we, the human clan, also have sky-inspecting ministers? That mighty figure with the surname Zwa might even be my relative. Of course, he is also my relative. Do you dare to act rashly? Late at night, Zwa Xiao Duo, who had been cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation for half a month, came out. The night wind was cold. Why hasn't anyone passed by here yet? Just as he was thinking, he heard a whooshing sound in front of him. Zwa Xiao Duo was energized. He shouted loudly, "Which continent are you from?" The person flying in the distance was also shocked. He did not expect there to be people here. He asked subconsciously, "Which continent are you from?" Zwa Xiao Duo said naively, "I am from the Astral Souls continent. I am alone. I haven't found a team yet." You are from the Astral Souls continent, right? Are you from the Astral Souls continent? His voice seemed to be full of nervousness. From the Astral Souls continent. Alone. Someone suddenly laughed and said, "You are from the High Martial Arts Academy, right?" Other than those students and martial artists, the others would not be so naive. Zwa Xiao Duo was overjoyed. Yes, yes. You too. Ha ha ha. A few people on the opposite side laughed heartily. Then, 6 or 7 people landed in front of Zwa Xiao Duo. These people's attire was somewhat retro, all of them were wearing long robes. The leader was a young man with a beard. He looked at Zwa Xiao Duo mockingly. Alone? People from the Astral Souls continent? Zwa Xiao Duo's face relaxed, so it's the senior brothers from the Tao Alliance. Our 2 alliances are of the same breadth and branch, we are one family. We should work together. Bah! Who is family with you? Who wants to work together with you? The man from the Tao League scolded, "Astral Souls brat. Hand over the space ring and kill yourself to atone for your sins." Zwa Xiao Duo panicked. The Tao League and Astral Souls have always been on good terms. We work together to fight against the Umno Alliance. How can we not be family? How can you do this? No, no. Chapter 796. Don't. Zwa Xiao Duo screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was terrified. On the other side of the cave, Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiao were laughing so hard that they were shaking. This bitch was really bitchy. Not only did he want to kill, but he also wanted to create all kinds of reasons and opportunities so that he could stand on the moral high ground. Even if someone wanted to settle accounts with him afterwards, he would have something to say and be completely reasonable. Who's with you? Little bitch, you're about to die in front of your eyes, and you still want to talk nonsense. The 6 people in front of him laughed evilly as they approached. Zwa Xiao Duo stepped back slowly, his face full of panic, and said, Don't. He screamed like a girl who was being forced by a pervert, desolate and helpless. How about, senior brothers, I have some knowledge of the similitude method, and I can tell your fortune. Let's get to know each other, I'm known as the Iron-Mouthed Divine Fortune Teller. Zwa Xiao Duo was still in a state of panic. Then, he immediately said in rapid succession, Your physiognomy. Why is it so bad? You must be careful. Why is there such a dense bloody calamity, immeasurable deity? Nonsense. It's true, there's really a bloody disaster. There's no door to fortune or misfortune. You're causing trouble for yourself, and your words and actions invite disaster. Fate will appear. Zwa Xiao Duo looked at him seriously, as if he was desperately trying to find a reason for himself to live. Look at your face, it's full of black gas, and there's a murderous aura between your eyebrows. The bloody disaster is already in front of you, and it's only a moment away. Little bitch. How dare you scare us? The bearded young man stepped forward fiercely and stretched out his hand to grab him. See if I don't kill you. Then, with a soft sound, the bearded man's arm fell to the ground, and blood spurted out wildly. The young man was even stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly screamed, "Little bitch, how dare you plot against me?" Xiaoduo's face became serious, and he stepped forward, slapping him hard in the face. First, he broke his teeth, and then he grabbed the young man's neck and lifted him up. I said that you'll have a bloody disaster, and it's true. Do you believe me now? The young man was choked to the point where his blood flow was obstructed. Unable to speak, he kicked his legs wildly. You. The other 5 drew their swords at the same time. Put him down. Each and every one of you will face a bloody calamity. Do you believe me now? Bullshit. Release him. Sword light flashed. A moment later. All 6 of them were lying on the ground with broken limbs. Bloody calamity, do you believe me now? If you believe me, I'll let you live. I believe you. Hand over all your spatial rings. Put them over there. Okay. That's all. Do you still have any private stashes? No more, no more. Are you really willing to let us live? Xiaoduo said righteously, I said that I'll let you live, so I'll definitely let you live. A real man keeps his word. Thank you. I will repay this kindness in the future. You're welcome. Xiaoduo waved his long sword and said, as long as you can escape from my sword, I'll let you live. I'll give you a clear price for this. I won't cheat you. I can't watch or listen anymore. Gao Qiao and Wan Lixio were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. From the beginning to the end, the 2 women did not intervene in this matter. Xiaoduo settled everything by himself. Carrying the spoils of war, he slowly returned to his cave. The 6 corpses had also been cleaned up by him. The mountain breeze blew, and the smell of blood quickly drifted away. Tell me, did Boss Sua plan to silence him from the very beginning? No, how could such a thing happen? They were the ones who wanted to kill me first. I was just defending myself. It's legitimate defense, understand? Gao Qiao said, Boss is indeed not a bloodthirsty person. He showed weakness at the beginning to give the other party a chance. If the Dao League disciples were willing to let him go, he wouldn't have snatched their things. He would have let them go. His showing of weakness made the enemy think that they could bully him easily. From a certain point of view, it was also luring the enemy to have evil thoughts. But if these people didn't have evil thoughts, they wouldn't have been lured. Gao Qiao understood very well. She said, Boss said it well. There's no door to misfortune, only people call for it. This sentence is not false at all. Boss is guarding the pass alone here. It's a fatal crisis, but he's also a wonderful teammate. If they had good thoughts, they would have received Boss's protection. Helping them a few times is nothing. But if they had evil thoughts, it would have led to a fatal disaster. So, life or death, it's actually their own choice. Gao Qiao sighed faintly. In front of Zhua, I've really verified a sentence. What sentence? Good will be rewarded with good, evil will be punished with evil. Gao Qiao said, he's this kind of person. If you treat him with kindness, he'll repay you with kindness. But if you show him evil thoughts, he'll be 10,000 times more evil than you in an instant. But whatever he does as he pleases. He only wants his own thoughts to be clear. In other words, as long as he feels in his heart that he can do something, he'll do it immediately. After he's done, he'll feel very good. He only pursues this. Gao Qiao sighed. She really envied him. This kind of person lived the most unscrupulously. Wanli Xiao nodded silently. Yes, Sui Xiaoduo was this kind of person. All his words and actions were determined by his opponent. It was up to his opponent to decide his own life and death. When others showed their evil intentions to him, Sui Xiaoduo would return with even greater evil intentions. He would feel more at ease. It's not that I didn't give you a chance. It's just that you didn't want to give me a chance. So why should I give you a chance? Requite evil with good, how should I requite good? Requite good for good, requite evil with justice. It wasn't a coincidence or not. They hadn't met anyone in the trial before, but for the entire second half of the night, two groups of people passed by the mountain pass. The second group was 3 people from the Umno Alliance. When they saw Sui Xiaoduo alone here, they didn't say anything and directly killed him. Even when Sui Xiaoduo wanted to read their fortune, he didn't have the chance to speak. He just flew into a rage and directly killed them. Gao Qiao and Wanli Xiao seized the time to sleep and rest to recover their bodily functions. They didn't even come out. Early in the morning, the mountain pass was still as clean as ever. There was not even a speck of dust on it, as if it had been cleaned by someone. The 3 of them went on the road again. Waiting for an entire night was already the limit. They flew all the way for thousands of miles. Along the way, they passed 3 mountain peaks. Sui Xiaoduo once again collected a lot of spiritual herbs. What made Gao Qiao and Wanli Xiao feel even more strange was that Sui Xiaoduo never took the usual road. Although there were also shrubs and other things growing on the flat ground, it was still much easier to walk on than the mountain forest. However, Sui Xiaoduo never walked. Along the way, he basically chose to go through the mountain forest. Boss, are you looking for herbs? Why don't you take the normal road? Yes, I'm looking for herbs. I'm not stupid. There's no need for me to not take the good road. Of course, Sui Xiaoduo had to walk on such terrain because only in places with undulating mountain ranges could there be earth veins. Xiaolong had to wander around such a place, so Sui Xiaoduo naturally followed him. And the richer Xiaolong's harvest was, the richer Sui Xiaoduo's harvest was. Where there were earth veins, the earth qi would be much richer than on flat ground. And where the earth qi was rich, it meant that there would be heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This was an absolute theorem. As Sui Xiaoduo gained more and more, Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiao naturally gained more and more, and their wealth skyrocketed. What was that saying again? Even a little bit of dregs dropped from between the fingers was worth a lot. Moreover, how could Sui Xiaoduo only give the 2 girls some dregs? And when encountering demonic beasts, as long as they weren't too fierce, Sui Xiaoduo would command the 2 girls to fight them. How dare you, demonic beasts! Look at my army of women. Therefore, the army of women with only 2 people rushed up. Only when the army of women couldn't defeat them, Sui would take action and end the battle. They swept all the way. After calculating the distance, Gao Qiao smacked her lips. Sister Xiao, do you feel it? All the places boss passed by were simply. On average, they dug 300 meters underground. It's not just the 1 meter higher sky, it's at least 900 feet. Wanli Xiao sighed. There's nothing left. It's really too clean. After us, the geniuses who enter this area may have an easier time than traveling. As they were talking, they saw countless birds suddenly rushing up to the sky from the forest in the distance, flying away in panic. The scale was huge. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment and looked in that direction. They saw smoke and dust billowing up to the sky. Then, there seemed to be more than 20 small black dots shooting out from the forest and running toward them crazily. After that, hundreds. No, thousands. No, tens of thousands. No, tens of thousands. No, tens of thousands. Like a tide of violent black dots, madly rushing out without end. A woo, a long howl rang out. Even though it came from far away, it could be heard clearly here. Sua Xiaoduo gloated. I don't know where these guys came from, but they provoked a pack of wolves. Ah, it's not an ordinary pack of wolves. Wanli Xiao was worried. I don't know if there are any of our people in there. I still can't see where they came from. If there aren't any of our people. Damn. Isn't that Long Yuxing? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Sua Xiaoduo slapped his thigh in shock. If there weren't any of his own people, Sua Xiaoduo definitely didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Going against such a huge pack of wolves was not only risky, but also had little to gain. It was not in line with Sua Xiaoduo's plan of benefits. When Wanli Xiao heard Long Yuxing's name, she immediately rushed out. Don't rush. Sua Xiaoduo jumped down and held Wanli Xiao down. It's useless for you to go. I'll go. You and Chao will be in charge of receiving them. Also, treat their injuries. I think that there are all kinds of martial arts experts in this batch. Basically, they are all our people. We have to help them. However, we have to think of a strategy to help them. Brute force won't do. Chapter 797. After saying that, Sua Xiaoduo threw down a big bag of medicine. Then, Sua Xiaoduo rushed up to the sky and turned into a brilliant light with his sword. He shouted, "Run this way." Now they could see clearly that Long Yuxing was not the only one who was rushing over. Zhou Yunqing, Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Pai Yibao and the others were all there. There were also more than a dozen students and martial artists from Yunduan High School. Everyone was flying as if their lives depended on it. Behind them, the tide-like pack of wolves were also flying through the air, chasing after them relentlessly. It turned out to be a pack of demonic wolves that were at least at the nascent soul stage. If the number of demonic wolves at this level was not particularly large, even if Long Yuxing and the others joined forces, the threat would only be regarded as ordinary. But now, the number of the opponents was too much. Just now, there were tens of thousands of giant wolves, which was far from what Long Yuxing, Zhou Yunqing and the others could deal with. Among the running crowd, Meng Zhangjun was carrying a bloody person on his back. It was Shen Piapiao. She was unconscious on his back with her eyes closed. Meng Zhangjun stimulated his primordial qi and ran desperately. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was Sua Xiaoduo who came to help. Everyone was overjoyed. Class monitor Zhua. Help. You guys continue to rush. Wanli Xiao is waiting for you in front. I will block the wolves for a while. Go. Sua Xiaoduo rode the sword light and brushed past the crowd. The sword light flashed like lightning. As soon as it touched the three giant wolves, it had already divided them into 6 pieces. Then, little white lights sprinkled out like a rainstorm. Sua Xiaoduo had been practicing hidden weapons for such a long time. Today, he finally made a fortune. Puff puff puff. Countless white jade gourds, white jade flying daggers, and other things. Following the shortest trajectory, they accurately shot into the eyes of the giant wolves. The giant wolves howled miserably as they fell down. Although this pack of giant wolves had at least the strength of the nascent soul realm, and there was no lack of the cloud transformation realm, their combined strength was only at the level of the ordinary nascent soul realm. With Sua Xiaoduo's current strength, it was enough to kill them in seconds. This also caused the white jade concealed weapon mixed with Swishaoduo's true essence and chi to be able to kill the giant wolves in seconds as long as it hit the vital part of the giant wolves. Looking from afar, Swishaoduo looked like an indestructible dam in the sky. The sword light in his hand formed an absolute defense. Even if there were a large number of demon wolves in front of him, they could not advance any further after coming into contact with Swishaoduo's sturdy dam. They could only fall down like dumplings. Swishaoduo's roar shook the sky. The sword in his hand turned into a dense light screen, connecting the sky and the earth. From afar, from his hand, there were waves of white sword light surging out. Each wave was higher than the previous one, colliding with the black mass of the demon wolves. Soft water sword, mountain flood sword, river sword, pugilistic sword, river sea sword, sea sky sword, drizzle sword, rainstorm sword. All kinds of exquisite sword techniques that came from his godfather matched perfectly with the footwork that his father taught him. The concealed weapons in his hand were also endless. One by one, they were thrown out. With such a large number of demon wolves, it would be a waste to forcefully control them. He directly threw them to the north and south. There was no need to deliberately aim, he just needed to hit. As long as the slender white light flowed, the demon wolves would howl continuously. At least a dozen wolves would fall at a time. The warriors who had just escaped from danger and were beginning to heal under the care of Wanli Xiu and Gao Qiao were panting and taking healing medicine. Some of the students from Yunduan High Martial Arts University looked at the figure in the sky with a shocked expression. They clicked their tongues and sucked in a breath of cold air. Who is this? How can he be so powerful? Long Yuxing panted and said proudly, "This is my boss. This is our boss." This sentence was said by Meng Zhongjun almost at the same time as Long Yuxing. They could not help but smile at each other. At this moment, Wanli Xiu and Gao Qiao had already made a cave nearby and carried Jin Piao inside to treat her injuries. The other male warriors were treating her injuries on the spot. Medicine was sprinkled on the wounds, causing waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls. Zhou Yunqing panted and bandaged his injured thigh. His right thigh was almost bitten off by a demon cloud wolf. His face was twisted. What's going on? Zhou Yunqing was still in a daze. He had just arrived with a group of juniors from Yunduan High Martial Arts and saw these guys being besieged by huge wolves. Naturally, he went up to help without saying anything. At first, it was fine. They almost had the situation under control. He did not expect that the more they fought, the more wolves there were. In the end, they were all over the mountains and plains, surging over like the tide of the sea. Such a pack of demon wolves, and all of them are high level. How could so many of them gather for no reason? Cough cough. Long Yuxing coughed and said awkwardly, "There was a rainbow tri-leaf orchid under a wolf's den on the cliff. I was with Meng Zhongjun and the others." Jin Piao was moved when she saw it. Although this rainbow tri-leaf orchid is not very useful for cultivation, it is especially good for young girls' skin. And it was big enough. It looked like it was enough for 10 or 20 girls to use. So we took action. But there was a female wolf in the wolf's den. Zhou Yunqing sighed. Yes. There were also a few wolf pups. We killed them quickly and took the rainbow tri-leaf orchid. But before the female wolf died, it leaned on the ground and howled desperately. We knew something was wrong and rushed out. We thought that we would be fine after we rushed out of the mountain. But as we rushed out, more and more wolves appeared. In the end, we even met you guys. Long Yuxing smiled bitterly. Then we ran for our lives together. Zhou Yunqing was speechless. You guys dared to touch a wolf's den guarded by a female wolf, especially when there were wolf pups inside. That was an irreconcilable feud with the wolf pack. Everyone, hurry up and heal. Those who have recovered their combat strength, go and help Suashao Duo. Zhou Yunqing sighed, there are too many wolves. With just Suashao Duo alone, it's impossible to maintain the situation for too long. I think that the wolf king of this pack is about to arrive. In the clouds in the distance, a giant wolf the size of a few houses stood majestically high in the sky. It howled from time to time, commanding the battle here. Even further away, there were still countless giant wolves rushing over like a wave of greenish-black waves. Long Yuxing stuffed a pill into his mouth and washed it down with a bottle of life water. He turned his head to look and panted. Swa should be fine. Look at him fighting in full swing and he still has energy left. Even a wolf can't rush over, so he should be fine for now. Let's focus on healing our injuries first. Hurry up and recover. From the looks of it, the wolf pack won't retreat. Wolves are the most vengeful creatures. If we kill their female wolves and pups, I'm afraid that all the wolves within a 10,000-mile radius will rush over to take revenge. Moreover, the smell of blood here is so strong. Zhou Yunqing stared at the battle in the sky. Suashao Duo has restrained the attack of the wolf pack, but we don't know how long he can last in this state. Everyone needs to heal as soon as possible. He thought for a while and said, let's split into two groups. Later, Long Yuxing, Meng Zhongjun, and a few of you from Hidden Dragon High School will go up with me. We'll use the fan wing formation to help fight. Replace Suashao Duo. Even if we can only delay for a few minutes, let Suashao Duo come down to rest for a while. We'll go up after he has some breathing room. As for you guys, when your condition improves, you'll rush up with Suashao Duo. Zhou Yunqing had to admit that among the students of Yunduan High School, other than himself, Long Yuxing, and Wan Lixiu, the others really couldn't compare to this group of Hidden Dragon High School students in front of him. Moreover, the gap in strength seemed to be a little big. Even the girl who was seriously injured was still much stronger than the geniuses of Yunduan High School. At the most critical moment, Zhen Piapiao used a desperate method to fight with the Wolf King that suddenly appeared. That was why she was seriously injured. It could be said that if it wasn't for Zhen Piapiao, perhaps none of the people present would have survived except for himself and Long Yuxing. If the two of them were to be surrounded by the wolf pack, they still couldn't escape the fate of being completely annihilated. There was no doubt that they would have died. Whenever he thought of that scene, Zhou Yunqing still felt inexplicably shocked. That was a girl. At that moment, she resolutely stepped forward bravely and fought with her life. Using her weak body, she clearly knew that she was no match for the wolf in front of her. She fought to the death. She had 5 seconds for everyone to retreat. If it wasn't for those 5 precious seconds, the consequences would have been unimaginable. High up in the sky, Suashao Duo shouted loudly, "You don't have to worry about me. Focus on healing your injuries." More than 10 different sword techniques seemed to have become one with him. If he wanted to be soft, he would be soft. If he wanted to be hard, he would be hard. He could bend and stretch, advance and retreat as he wished. He could suddenly attack the enemy's den and advance courageously. He could also retreat in an instant. He could reach the climax in an instant with dazzling brilliance. He could also shrink into a ball in an instant and defend himself tightly. Not only was he able to freely use his sword techniques, but he also shot out countless jade-colored hidden weapons in waves. Although the wolf pack was large in number, they couldn't advance as they were blocked by him alone. Under the command of the Wolf King, the pack of wolves formed a huge fan shape in the sky. They moved in unison from all directions and attacked Suashao Duo, who was in the middle of the encirclement. As for the wolves on both sides, they were looking for an opportunity to rush down. Xiao Duo shouted and changed his moves again. Suddenly, the spirit cat sword danced in the air at an extremely fast speed. Once again, the spirit cat sword performed the body and sword as one technique. In a flash, from east to west, from west to east, all the giant wolves that tried to break through the spirit cat sword from both sides were cut into halves by the spirit cat sword. Countless internal organs, severed limbs, and a large amount of blood rained down. The wolf pack came with the wind and was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. Xiaoduo's position was against the wind. This situation made him very unhappy. Because in this situation, the earth hair dryer was useless. Chapter 798. If not, as long as he took out the earth hair dryer, he could probably turn these giant wolves into ashes in an instant. You guys find a big cave. Hide in it. Remember to leave someone to guard the entrance. Xiao Duo shouted in the air. Long Yuxing was the first to react and hurriedly led everyone to move. High up in the sky. Xiao Duo roared once again, and the sword light flashed violently. It actually rushed into the dense pack of wolves, and like a white light, it rushed straight into the pack of wolves, blocking everyone's line of sight. Immediately, he changed the sword into a hammer and the two big hammers attacked. In a flash, he fiercely hammered 3,000 times. After a fierce attack, he wantonly consumed the opponent's strength. Then, he changed the hammer into a sword and used the move of body and sword as one to rush out quickly. The people below who were working hard to carve out a hole could only hear a series of miserable howls in the air, one after the other. Everyone couldn't help but look up. High up in the sky, the other end of the wolf pack spread out like a bomb, revealing a large area of the sky in the middle. Everyone estimated that there were at least more than 1,000 giant wolves falling from the sky like dead meat. Boom, 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 the ground roared. Then, a dazzling sword light rushed out from the wolf pack like a stream of light. It was so fast that the space trembled and distorted. In a flash, it went to the front of the wolf pack. The sword light flashed again, and 4 or 5 giant wolves were beheaded and fell to the ground. What's going on? A student in Yunduan High Martial Arts instinctively felt trembling. What kind of attack was that? It actually killed thousands of giant wolves at once. Isn't this the nascent soul training area? Doesn't that mean that the student fighting above is actually nascent soul? Is he a nascent soul cultivator like me? But from what he knew, even a cloud transformation peak cultivator would not be able to do this, right? In my place of birth, even in Yunduan High Martial Arts, I was regarded as the best of the best. But now, it seems that I'm just a frog in a well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What's your boss's cultivation? Someone asked Long Yuxing, hoping for a different answer. He must be at the nascent soul transformation stage. Long Yuxing looked at the other party in surprise. This is the nascent soul transformation training area. Would he be able to come here if he had a different cultivation? It was really the nascent soul transformation. All the students of Yunduan High Martial Arts High School felt as if their world had shattered. If he's at the nascent soul transformation stage, then what are we? What was this? He was able to kill thousands of nascent soul and cloud transformation realm wolf demons in one strike, while we were having a hard time dealing with 2 of them. Doesn't that mean that we can't even block a casual strike from him? What the fuck, they were actually in the same realm. Could it be that I, your father, am practicing fake martial arts? Now, this nascent soul student on the ground had already killed more than 6,000 giant wolves, right? The ground beneath him was completely covered. Blood gushed out from the ground, and the sound of flowing blood could actually be heard. The so-called rivers of blood were nothing more than this, right? Also, didn't he feel tired at all? Especially after using such a terrifying move just now, didn't he feel that he was running out of energy? Was he still human? Bang, bang, bang. Another 20 or so wolf corpses fell down. They didn't seem to have any wounds on their bodies, but they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. This was just the beginning. In the following period of time, hundreds of huge wolves fell down one after another. They were all like this. There weren't any wounds, only bleeding from their 7 orifices. Then, as the sword light flashed like a waterfall, their heads began to fall from their bodies. A woo, an earth-shattering wolf howl suddenly sounded in the air. The giant wolves that were still charging forward like a tide suddenly retreated in an orderly manner. They were pushed all the way to the sky hundreds of meters away and stood in formation with the wind. The ferocious eyes of the giant wolves were unusually complicated as they looked at the young man in front of them who was covered in blood but didn't have any of their own blood on him. Too strong. Really too strong. The eyes of the wolf demons were already filled with uncontrollable fear. They even felt that this young man could continue fighting like this forever and never get tired. He could fight until the end of time, or perhaps he could wipe out all of their wolves. The wind blew. A huge wolf king descended from the sky and landed at the forefront of the wolf pack. A pair of eyes that seemed to be burning with endless will-o'-the-wisps focused on Duo. A wave of spiritual energy vibrated. Who are you? That was the meaning expressed by the strong spiritual energy. Duo's heart trembled. This wolf king. I don't seem to be able to defeat it. He took a deep breath and replied with spiritual energy vibrations, it's just an experience. Why do you have to force it? The wolf king sneered, my descendants can't die in vain. Duo's spiritual energy vibrated, but I look at your descendants. Today, each of them will face a bloody disaster. Instead of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, they are running toward death. What can I do? What? What? The Wolf King was confused. It couldn't understand this sentence at all. What did it mean? What bloody disaster? What did it mean? Duo sighed and felt inexplicably depressed. It seemed that it wouldn't work. How good would it be if he could read the fortune of these wolves? With the number of wolves in this pack, even if there was a big discount, he still had to give it to his grandma. Damn, I can only read the fortune of people now, but I can't read the fortune of wolves. If I forcibly say that these wolves will face a bloody disaster, the luck points won't be given out, right? Let's fight. The Wolf King's spiritual energy vibrated in the void. Its huge body was in a fighting posture. Duo rolled his eyes, okay. Suddenly, his body rose into the air. Taking advantage of this calm period, he took out long strips of cloth from the space ring and connected them one by one. His spiritual energy vibrated, Wolf King, wait for my weapon, long whip. The Wolf King's eyes were full of contempt. Long whip? You're so soft and fluffy. What's the use of it? I'll wait for you. Duo quickly connected the long whip that was hundreds of feet long. Suddenly, he waved it in the air. With a soft sound, a whirlwind suddenly formed. Awoo! The Wolf King was about to rush forward. Wait! I'm not ready yet. Duo's spiritual energy vibrated. In front of all his subjects, how could the Wolf King lose his king's demeanor? He stopped again and stood proudly. I'm just waiting for you to be ready. What do I have to be afraid of? On the other side, Duo continued to wave his long streamer. The wind whistled and suppressed the oncoming tailwind. All of them were pushed back, and the wind was flowing. The sound of the wind was shrill. He actually artificially created a tailwind environment for himself. The increasingly violent hurricane blew the fur of countless giant wolves in the air. It was like a whirlwind storm in the sea. The wolf fur formed ripples. The sound of the wind was getting louder. The group of students below were puzzled. What was going on? Even Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and Gao Qiao, who thought that they were very familiar with Sui Xiao Duo, were also confused. They had never seen Sui use such a skill. What was he doing? Finally, Sui Xiaoduo's streamer suddenly moved forward. The unprecedentedly violent hurricane blew strongly. At this moment, the sky was gloomy, the earth was miserable, and the sun and moon were dim. Begin. Before Sui Xiaoduo's voice died away, he had already taken out the earth hair dryer and sprayed it 3 times in a row. Then, he immediately put it away and retreated quickly. The streamer continued to wave, continuing to create strong winds that blew toward the opposite side. He had wanted to use this thing for a long time, but he didn't have the chance to do so because of the fierce battle. Now that the Wolf King actually wanted to show off his kingly demeanor, he would give it some wind. Poison. Awo. When the Wolf King heard the start, it howled toward the sky and immediately moved. Its body was as fast as lightning, and it charged forward fiercely. It was just that. When it pounced over, it seemed to have automatically pounced into the black smoke that Sui Xiaoduo had just released. This made Sui Xiaoduo a little speechless. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. Anyway, this guy was too cooperative, and his luck was too good. He rushed in blindly at the first moment, that the strong wind rolled up the black smoke, and in an instant, it filled the entire wolf pack. The next moment, something shocking had happened. First, the Wolf King let out an earth-shattering howl, and its body, which was invaded by the black smoke, trembled rapidly. Then only a few moments had passed, and the gigantic body slowly fell to the ground. At first, it was still twitching and struggling, but after a few breaths, it stopped struggling. Halfway through the fall, the hair on its body began to melt and disappear, and its flesh was also rapidly decaying and disappearing. When it completely fell to the ground, only a few pitch-black bones were left. And these bones were still melting. Yes, even the inner core had melted. As for the tens of thousands of soldiers behind the Wolf King, after being swept by this strange black smoke, they all began to fall to the ground without exception in less than 10 breaths of time. All the giant wolves had turned into black ashes before they even landed on the ground. As Sui Xiaoduo continued to create strong winds without sparing any effort, he flew backwards with a whoosh. Everywhere the black smoke passed, there was no exception. A large area was blackened and decayed, and then the entire forest rotted. The area became larger and larger, and finally at a certain point in time, it finally stopped. But looking from the other side, the space within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with darkness. Yes, it was a pitch-black flat land. All the trees and vegetation on the flat ground had disappeared. The huge wolf army of more than 40 to 50,000 had all disappeared. The ground was pitch black. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 799. Sui Xiaoduo was still creating strong winds in the air. He didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was actually in the limelight. Once he stopped creating the wind, he would definitely be attacked. Who knew if there were any remnants of the earth hair dryer left in the air? Below, all the students were dumbfounded. Their eyes and mouths were wide open as they stared at the scene in front of them blankly. All of them felt that their minds were blank. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and disbelief. They had completely lost the ability to think. After a long time. Gulp. A student from Yunduan High School swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. He only felt that his throat was so dry that it was about to catch fire. This. What is this? Demonic technique. How can it be so abnormal? Long Yuxing, Meng Zhangjun, and the others were also dumbfounded. What kind of secret technique was this? Or rather, what kind of poison was this? How could it be so abnormal? That was a terrifying thing that could poison any living being within a radius of several hundred li. The Wolf King was so huge, and so many wolves were unable to resist it. Yet, in the end, not even a corpse was left behind. Also, many towering trees on the ground were also corroded into ashes under the attack of the black smoke. This was simply a dream. The wind in the air was still blowing. Sua Xiaoduo had already landed on the ground. He looked like he was in a lot of trouble as he wiped off his sweat. Damn, what the hell is going on? How did we attract so many wolves? I'm so tired. Long Yuxing, I only saved your wife for 2 days and you're thanking me with this. You're repaying kindness with evil. You have to give me an explanation, you have to. Long Yuxing and the others opened their mouths and stared at him dumbfounded. Until Sua Xiaoduo came over to speak, everyone still hadn't recovered from the shock. The scene just now was really terrifying to the extreme. It was so terrifying that everyone was speechless and unable to respond. Sua Xiaoduo gently pushed Long Yuxing. What's wrong? Are you stupid? Do you think you can avoid an explanation by pretending to be stupid? Poof! Long Yuxing fell to the ground with a pale face. Boss, just now. What happened? Can you stop scaring me? Not only him, but Zhou Yinqing and the others also pricked up their ears. Fuck, you dare to blackmail me. Don't you know that I'm an expert in scamming? Are you talking about black smoke? Sua Xiaoduo replied with a distressed expression. In the mountain range over there is a cave in the ruins, and there is a bottle of this poisonous smoke inside. I don't know who left it behind, but I tried it once before, and the effect was pretty good. I originally wanted to go to the battlefield to make a fortune, but in the end, you guys brought over so many wolves, and I had no choice but to use it. Now, it's all gone in an instant. What a waste of such good stuff. If it was placed on the battlefield, how many military merits would I gain? Sua Xiaoduo sighed. I'm telling you, kid, you have to pay for my loss. If you don't, I'll go to your wife and ask her to pay for it. Long Yuxing's face turned red and white. My wife can compensate, but she can't accompany. Sua Xiaoduo's face darkened. Fuck off. Everyone was enlightened. So that's why. We've never seen such a terrible thing in our lives, and there's no record of it. So it was found here. This must be an evil thing created by the ancestors of the monster race. It's so vicious, or else it's the former master of the continent. However, Sua Xiaoduo had saved their lives, and they had caused him to lose such a powerful treasure. They really felt guilty. Especially Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu. They didn't feel that Sua Xiaoduo was blackmailing them this time, but they really felt that they owed him. If such a good thing was brought to the battlefield. Sigh, what a waste, what a waste. Sua wasted it. Sua Xiaoduo sighed sadly. He looked at the densely packed wolf corpses on the ground in front of him and said gloomily, the wolf meat isn't delicious. I don't know if these inner cores and wolf skins can make up for my loss. Sigh, this time, it's really such a good opportunity, and it's wasted. Zhou Yinqing stood up and said, Brother Sua, don't worry. We won't let you suffer for nothing. Come, students, let's work together. We'll peel off the inner cores and wolf skins of these demon wolves and give them to squad leader Sua as compensation. Squad leader Sua, if we get anything in the future, we'll definitely repay you for saving our lives today. Sua Xiaoduo frowned. What are you doing? How can you give me all these inner cores and wolf skins? This is the result of everyone's hard work. This is the result of our joint efforts. How can you give it all to me? This won't do. I was just joking. I didn't mean it that way. Zhou Yunqing held his hand. Brother Zhua, you're welcome. If it weren't for you, we would have been eaten by the wolves. At the very least, there are so many wolves here. 99% of them were killed by you. How can we accept it? You must accept it. Brother Zhua. Don't make us feel even more guilty and sad, Zhou Yunqing said. This isn't good, is it? Zhua Xiaoduo looked like he was in a difficult position. What's not good about it? This is what we should do. Zhou Yunqing looked at his classmates. Don't you think so? Exactly. These can't repay brothers was kindness at all. Ayaya. Zhua Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said honestly, we're all good classmates, good friends, and good brothers. You don't have to be so formal. Alright, I'll accept it. If any of you need it, feel free to ask me for it. Thank you, Brother Zhua. You're welcome. Come, let's work together. The sooner we finish, the better. After that, Zhou Yunqing led his people to work. Zhua is awesome. Long Yuxing gave him a thumbs up with a flattering look. Zhua Xiaoduo glanced at him and said, don't give me that. When we were outside, who was the one who said he wanted to spar with me? I think now is a good time. When you're better, we can spar. You can ask Xiao to help you. I definitely won't mind. But I mind. Wait, who was the one who said he wanted to spar with you? It wasn't me. Long Yuxing shook his head like a rattledrum. I didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. It was Yu Moyan who said that. Didn't say that. Really didn't say that. Did I hear wrongly? Boss, you must have heard wrongly. I've always been loyal to you. Why would I challenge your authority? Long Yuxing rubbed Zhua Xiaoduo's shoulders attentively. Boss, you've worked hard. Let me give you a massage. Well, this is not bad. Left, a little to the left, use some strength. Yes, to the right, up, down. Zhua Xiaoduo contentedly twisted his neck and enjoyed the service from someone. Squad leader Zhua. Meng Zhangjun walked over anxiously. Go in and see Pia Piao. She's badly injured. Wan Lixiu and Gao Qiao carried Jin Pia Piao into the cave and hadn't come out yet. Okay. Zhua Xiaoduo stood up with a start. Just now, everyone was whispering about what happened this time. They were full of admiration for Jin Pia Piao. Zhua Xiaoduo was also a little emotional. He didn't expect this usually delicate girl to suddenly show such a strong side today. Sure enough, if you didn't encounter something, you wouldn't be able to force out your hidden side. However, Wan Lixiu and Gao Qiao had many elixirs with them. Among them, there was no lack of healing medicines. As long as she was still breathing, there should be a way to save her. Why hadn't she gotten better? Zhua Xiaoduo walked to the entrance of the cave quietly and asked softly, Xiao, can I go in? How's Pia Piao? This was a question he had to ask. After all, the girl was injured. Perhaps there was something inconvenient for men to see. Come in. Wan Lixiu's voice was hurried. Zhua Xiaoduo stepped in. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the others waited anxiously at the door. Pia Piao's condition is very bad. Gao Qiao said to Zhua Xiaoduo, when she fought with the Wolf King, she consumed 99% of her primordial qi. The remaining force of the impact fell on her body. In addition to losing a lot of blood, the bones in her chest and back were broken into several pieces. Her internal organs were damaged. With the current conditions, there is no way to save her. I have already given her the life potion, but it can only slightly replenish her primordial chi. Her current body can't stop the flow of primordial chi at all. I can't think of a way to save her. Sua Xiaoduo was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Jin Piapiao, who was lying on the ground and breathing weakly. Her primordial chi was indeed flowing away. Although it was just a glance, Sua Xiaoduo was told that this girl was about to die. Sua Xiaoduo took a deep breath. You two go out first. I will save her with the secret method. Okay. Wan Lixiu and Gao Qiao were full of trust in Sua Xiaoduo. Hearing this, they walked out without hesitation. Why did you come out? Meng Zhangjun asked anxiously. How is Piapiao's condition? Her condition is very bad. Squad leader Suo will use the secret method to save her. Gao Qiao said, don't make noise. We need the quietest environment now. Looking at the chaotic situation of the crowd, Gao Qiao made a prompt decision and sternly stopped them. All of you, shut up. If you disturb squad leader Suo's treatment and something happens to Piapiao, will you be satisfied? All of you, sit down. If not, go to work. Get out of here. After a pause, she said, why are only the people from Yunduan working? Do we, the people from Hidden Dragon Sect, just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Why don't you all go to work? She drove everyone away in a domineering manner. Although Meng Zhangjun and Hao Han were worried, they were mercilessly suppressed by Gao Qiao. They had to go to the other side to help. Gao Qiao and Wan Lixiu guarded the entrance of the cave with heavy hearts. They sighed in their hearts. In their opinion, Jin Piapiao's injury was already fatal. There was no way to save her. Today, perhaps they really had to send away a good sister. As they were thinking, footsteps sounded in the cave. Squad leader Zhua, Piapiao, she. Gao Qiao looked up and asked hurriedly. But halfway through, she suddenly opened her mouth wide. She was dumbfounded. Chapter 800. Wan Lixiu turned her head to look and immediately cried out in surprise. She was stunned. She was completely stunned. Then she rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was seeing things. It was Jin Piapiao who came out of the cave. And it was Jin Piapiao who was in perfect condition with a rosy face and fluttering long hair. If it weren't for the bloodstains on her clothes, it would be hard to prove that Jin Piapiao was seriously injured just now. But what was going on now? It was such a serious injury that would have killed her. How did she recover? It hadn't even been that long, right? Piapiao. Gao Qiao was stunned for a while before she asked in disbelief, You're fine. You're fine now. In an instant, Gao Qiao had the illusion that Jin Piapiao was dead and her soul had floated out. This was too amazing. I'm fine. Jin Piapiao nodded with a smile. I feel that my current state is much better than when I wasn't injured. Then, what about Zhua? Wan Lixiu asked hurriedly. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Just now, Sua Xiaoduo said that he used a secret method to save Jin Piapiao, and then Jin Piapiao recovered instantly. What kind of secret method could have such a miraculous effect? Could it be a secret method of exchanging injury for injury, a life for a life? Otherwise, how could the effect be so obvious? Did that mean that Sua Xiaoduo used his own body to heal Jin Piapiao's inherent injury? Wan Lixiu didn't dare to continue thinking. If that was the truth, it would be too terrible. In order to save me, squad leaders were used a secret method. He is now recuperating inside. He told me to tell you that he needs an hour. Don't disturb him. Piao said gratefully, I thought I was going to die. I even clearly felt that my soul was about to float out of my body, but it was still lingering for a short time. I didn't expect squad leaders were. Piao choked with sobs. Squad leaders must have exhausted a lot to save me. Let's protect him together. Okay. The three women sat at the entrance of the cave to protect him. Piao. Meng Zhongjun came over like lightning and said in surprise, You're fine. You. That's great. Piao sighed softly. Her expression turned cold as she said, It was class monitors who saved me. Don't be loud. You'll disturb class monitors' recovery. Meng Zhongjun smiled and said in a relaxed manner, Good, good, good. I'm relieved that you've recovered. I'll go back to work now. You guys guard me well. He turned around and practically skipped away. It was a sense of relief that came from the bottom of his heart. Following which, Hao Han and the others also expressed their concern. Piao thanked him with a smile. Gao Chao looked at the group of boys sweating profusely and couldn't help but laugh. Piao, it seems that you have a lot of suitors. She was indeed a femme fatale. It's just that I wonder who our great beauty Piao has taken a fancy to. Piao forced a smile and said, I'm focused on martial arts. I don't have the time to think about these matters between men and women. After saying this, she was in a daze. Gao Chao imperceptibly glanced at Piao's face. She smiled faintly and said, There's no end to the road of martial arts. It's the same road for hundreds, thousands of years. Even if you're devoted to this road, it's inevitable that you'll feel lonely. It's not bad to have someone to accompany you. She sighed from the bottom of her heart and said enviously, just like our class monitors he found a fairy to accompany him. That kind of appearance, that kind of temperament, that kind of charm, it's really enviable. To be honest, I had some thoughts about class monitors at first, but since that day, I've been completely desperate. There's really no comparison. Alas, my life is bitter. My first love ended before it even started. Don't you think I'm miserable? Hearing Gao Chao's words, Piao lowered her head. In a place where no one was paying attention, the light in her eyes slowly dimmed. She said with a smile, Yes, only such a fairy is worthy of class monitors Then she said, Sister Chao, as the most beautiful woman in Fenghai, you must have a lot of pursuers, right? First love is difficult to have a result. Why hang yourself on a tree? Just choose another one. Gao Chao smiled, Piao, your family is different from mine. Your Zhen family is rich and powerful. You don't have to worry about anything. But our Gao family is completely different. She sighed deeply, it's a long story. The two women began to chat about their daily lives. Wan Lixio was concentrating on guarding. She didn't listen to what the two women said at all. This kind of talk was really meaningless. Wan Lixio didn't realize that Gao Chao had cruelly extinguished Piao's love fantasy in these few words. In the stone cave. Sua Xiao Duo went into the Tower of Space Extermination as soon as Piao went out. This 1 hour of rest was necessary. Otherwise, Piao's quick recovery was bound to arouse suspicion. It would lead to endless trouble and even disaster. He entered the Tower of Space Extermination to cultivate for an hour. Now, 1 hour in the outside world was equivalent to 2 days in the Tower of Space Extermination. He didn't want to waste time. The process of him treating Piao was actually very simple. He just put the multicolored stone and it was done in a moment. But this kind of divine object was an extreme thing that couldn't be exposed, that it was already at the level of defying the heavens and changing fate. No matter which force or expert, they wouldn't let it go. It couldn't be exposed. 3 beautiful women guarding the door. This kind of treatment was undoubtedly super high. However, this wasn't the focus of everyone's attention. The martial artists who were cleaning up the battlefield were all quietly discussing. What is Sua's cultivation level? Isn't he too strong? I don't believe that he's only at the nascent soul level. A martial arts student in Yundwan High School couldn't hide his admiration. He had already naturally called him as well, like the other students of the Hidden Dragon School. And he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with calling him that. Only such a strong person was qualified to be called the boss. Of course, Boss Zhou of Yundwan was also called the boss by his own people. But one was the boss of the Hidden Dragon School, or the common boss, while Boss Zhou was just the boss of Yundwan. He's really at the nascent soul level. And he just broke through not long ago. Before this, he had been working hard to suppress his true essence. I heard that he suppressed it 9 times. Zhua has a similar true essence suppression at every level of cultivation. Otherwise, how could his strength be so strong? The students of Hidden Dragon Academy were proud of him. In all fairness, when they were in school, they felt that class rep Zhua was a cheap person. Even though they knew that he was strong and far surpassed his peers, they never had such a strong impression of him up close. Now that they were facing a life and death situation, they were powerless even though they wanted to help. Then, they saw class rep Zhua turn the tide with all his might. The shock and impact of the comparison between the two made them realize that class rep Zhua, who didn't put on any airs in school, was the best person to rely on in a life and death situation. He's already so strong at the nascent soul level. The students of Yundwan exclaimed. That's because you're ignorant. Class Monitor Zhua is invincible in Hidden Dragon School. Many 3rd and 4th grade cloud transformation high cultivators aren't his match. How is Class Monitor Zhua usually? He's usually amiable in school. You can't see that he has a temper at all. The students of Hidden Dragon School bragged. This is a big shot. He's approachable and blends into his every move and action. The students of Yundwan exclaimed. The students of Hidden Dragon School's 1st grade twitched the corners of their mouths. They turned their faces away and didn't participate in the discussion. The students of Yundwan sighed. Why doesn't our school have someone like Zhua? Look at how happy the students of Hidden Dragon School are. With such a boss, they feel so safe. The students of Hidden Dragon School expressed, it's only at times like this that they feel safe. Usually, when he's cheap, they don't feel this way. At that time, they just want to beat him to death. And they can't beat him. Hao Han moved closer to Meng Zhongjun. Brother Jun, Shen Pia Piao. Doesn't seem to be very warm to you. Meng Zhongjun was silent for a moment and said, do you want to see how warm she is to me? Hao Han frowned and said, in short, she was neither cold nor warm before, but now she's quite cold. It seems like she's deliberately distancing herself from you. Meng Zhongjun stopped tidying up and turned to face Hao Han. His face showed that he was struggling. You have to pay attention to what you say. All this time, since the military store, I've been pursuing her, but she's always ignored me. Until now, it's still like this. She's never had anything to do with me. Meng Zhongjun said, she's never hinted at anything to me, let alone accepted any gifts from me. Hao Han, what are you trying to say? Hao Han let out a long sigh and said, I just feel that. After so many years, even if she has a heart of stone, she should have warmed up, right? Meng Zhongjun said sadly, Hao Han, if a woman doesn't have you in her heart, then, even if you give your whole life, it's hard to warm her heart. Hao Han was speechless. After a long time, he said bitterly, then Zhua Xiaoduo. Meng Zhongjun reached out and stopped Hao Han. He said bitterly, Hao Han, please give me some hope. If Pia Piao likes someone else, I still have hope. If she likes Zhua Xiaoduo, then I'm destined to have no hope in this life. Hao Han said unhappily, what's so good about Zhua Xiaoduo? Isn't it just that he's a little more handsome than you, taller than you, fairer than you, more popular than you, better at earning money, and a brighter future? Yes, and his cultivation strength. That's a little stronger than yours, but what else does he have? Meng Zhongjun looked at Hao Han with grief and indignation. After a long time, he said with trembling lips, Hao Han, we've been classmates for so many years. I only know that your ability to comfort people is actually so strong. Chapter 801. An hour later, Zhua Xiaoduo came out of the cave. His face was as pale as paper, and his footsteps were weak as if his body had been hollowed out. Zhen Piao was the first to step forward. Class monitor Zhua, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine, I'm fine. I have such a strong foundation. What can happen to me? Are you all okay? Zhua Xiaoduo patted his chest. He made a heroic face. We're all fine. Our injuries are almost healed. That's good, that's good. Zhou Yunqing walked over and handed over a space ring. Brother Zhua, there are 7,203 demon wolves' inner cores and fur inside. They're all here. Okay. Zhua Xiaoduo didn't refuse and directly accepted it. Zhua Xiaoduo was very clear in his heart. If it was his, he would not decline or act pretentiously. He also wouldn't do something like, he did all the work alone but shared the spoils equally with everyone. Equal distribution could only happen between a limited number of people. He had contributed the most in today's matter, so it was only right for him to get it. He would let Gao Qiao count later to see if it was this number. Zhua Xiaoduo knew how many wolves he had killed. After counting, he confirmed that there was no discrepancy in the number. He thought that if he did this in the future, then after he went out and exchanged these things for resources, he would naturally give everyone a share. If you know the rules, I will show my own demeanor more. But if you don't know the rules, the number is wrong, or if there are any problems in the future because of this, then I'm sorry. These are all mine. Whoever wants them, draw your sword and take them. This was Zhua Xiaoduo's character. Everyone was in a good state and organized the team. There were a total of 8 hidden dragon martial artists and 11 Yunduan martial artists, making a total of 19 people. Zhou Yunqing came to discuss with Zhua Xiaoduo. Should we split up or move together? What do you think? Zhua Xiaoduo actually didn't have any opinion about splitting up or moving together. Anyway, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the hidden dragon martial artists would definitely follow him. It didn't matter if the others came or not. Let's split up for now. Zhou Yunqing said, we are here to gain experience. If we stay together, with your cultivation, you will be invincible in this area. If we follow you, it will be like traveling. Although it may be dangerous for everyone to split up, it is also the best way to gain experience and grow. Alright. Zhua Xiaoduo straightforwardly agreed, and then something unexpected happened one after another. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu came together and bid farewell to Zhua Xiaoduo. We will be in a separate group. Don't worry, we won't be too far away from you. Alright. Zhua Xiaoduo thought about it and agreed. Zhou Yunqing's concerns were very reasonable. With everyone around him, this trip was indeed meaningless. Let's form a group as well. Meng Zhongjun suggested, we Hidden Dragon High School's people should choose another direction. We should split up into batches and train separately. We shouldn't all gather together. All right. After this assignment, there was only one person left besides Xiao Duo. Gao Qiao, Even Jin Piapiao had chosen to go on an adventure alone. However, Xiao Duo decided to go west. Jin Piapiao also went west, but she was separated from Xiao Duo by dozens of miles. If there is danger, I will call. But when I can handle it myself, I will train alone. Jin Piapiao smiled and waved her hand. Class monitor Zhua, take care. Only Gao Qiao, was very casual. I don't plan to train alone. From the beginning, I didn't ask for a strong cultivation. It's good enough as long as it's enough. Gao Qiao said, it's safest for me to follow you. I think I can still help you with some work. All right. Xiao Duo smiled and said, however, following me doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe. Gao Qiao, just smiled indifferently at this sentence. She really didn't believe it in her heart. Xiao Duo was invincible in the nascent soul realm's training ground. This recognition had been deeply rooted in Gao Qiao's heart. So, how could it not be safe to be by his side? But soon, her cognition was subverted. When Xiao Duo carried her to escape crazily and the Demon King realm demonic beast chased after them desperately, Gao Qiao, even felt a little regretful. This guy actually risked angering the Demon King realm demonic beast to steal the heavenly treasure that the Demon King realm demonic beast was looking for. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. But he succeeded in stealing it. After that, the Demon King realm demonic beast only reacted when it saw that the treasure was gone. This was simply inconceivable. Gao Qiao didn't know that Xiao Duo carried the void transformation stone with him. It was really easy for him to sneak into a Demon King storage. She only knew that she almost died in this escape. Well, Xiao Duo got a starry peach this time. If he just picked a few peaches, the Demon King realm demonic beast might not be so angry. But this guy carried the whole tree away. More importantly, the peach was not ripe. Facing this situation, the White Elephant Demon King's heart was broken. The starry peach only ripens once every 2,000 years. I didn't make it the last time and it was eaten by other demonic beasts. After more than 10 years of hard work, I fought off all the opponents and guarded it for more than 1,980 years. It's about to be ready to eat. I can smell the fragrance of the ripe starry peach. What the fuck is this thing that came out of nowhere? He even carried the tree away. Can you be any more shameless? The White Elephant Demon King's combat strength was undoubtedly strong, but because his body was too big, he was inevitably lacking in agility. As Xiao Duo fled, the White Elephant Demon King was so angry that he screamed and spat blood behind him. There was nothing he could do. Even though his boundless mental energy had shattered the void countless times, it was useless against Xiao Duo, who was as slippery as a loach. He could only sigh helplessly. When the peach ripens, I'll give you one, Xiao Duo said to Gao Qiao. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was an extremely rare act of generosity. There were 99 starry peaches on a single tree. There were quite a lot of them. Moreover, Xiao Duo had dug up the entire tree. It was no wonder that he was so generous. I estimate that if you eat one of these peaches, you can increase your pure cultivation by about 500 years. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. When you go back, hurry up and cultivate to the peak of nascent soul. After suppressing it a few more times, you'll be able to eat the starry peach. I estimate that you'll be able to directly rush to the peak of cloud transformation. It's even possible for you to directly break through to the God reigning realm. Xiao Duo explained happily. Gao Qiao thanked him profusely. However, she was doubtful in her heart. This peach is clearly not ripe yet. How can you guarantee that this thing will definitely survive in your hands? Pulling it out so barbarically, like pulling out grass. Aren't you afraid of hurting your roots? But although she criticized him in her heart, Gao Qiao still believed as was Xiao Duo almost instinctively. Along the way, she had seen too many incredible things. 70 to 80% of the things that Zhou Xiaoduo had plundered had been transferred to Gao Qiao's hands. Go back and deal with it. It was just that the many things that she had obtained so far made Gao Qiao feel that buying half of Fenghai City didn't seem to be a problem. What made Gao Qiao even more shocked was that this Suo was directly scraping the ground as he advanced. Wherever he passed, wherever he could see, no matter whether it was on the ground or underground, he didn't let go of anything. Not to mention other things, just the inner cores of demonic beasts that Zhou Xiaoduo had handed to Gao Qiao for her to deal with when she went back had already exceeded 20,000. 20,000. Even for someone like Gao Qiao, she had never seen so many inner cores since she was born. At the very least, there were more than 20,000 inner cores of demonic beasts at the nascent soul level. In addition to the inner cores, there were all kinds of demonic beads and bone pearls, all kinds of demonic beast corpses and furs. The units were all in the tens of thousands. And this was just the demonic beasts. It didn't include the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were harvested along the way, those that grew on the ground and those that grew under the ground. It was just like a sea of them. There were also all kinds of strange metals. In addition, Gao Qiao knew very well that although these harvests seemed to be huge, it only included the low-level and mid-level items. As for the high-level items, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't put them out at all. They were all for his personal use. But this was an experience. Gao Qiao really felt dizzy. For others, even if they didn't constantly hover between life and death and struggle to survive, they would at least have to suffer a lot. But this Sua, all the way here, was simply to travel and make a fortune. As for the path that Zhou Xiaoduo passed by, it was really. Even a mouse that entered would rush out with tears in its eyes. There was nothing left. It was too clean. The group of students gradually expanded as time went on. Slowly, the nascent soul cultivators of the astral souls continent began to meet one after another. They contacted each other and then separated to gain experience. After a few days, according to the feedback, more than 100 people's whereabouts had been reported. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was still very anxious. Because he hadn't seen Yumo Yan, Li Chenglong, Li Zhongming, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong and the others. Since he knew that this place was dangerous, how could he not be worried? What Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know was that in another direction, Li Chenglong and the others had all gathered together. Li Zhongming had painstakingly gotten rid of the sow and then dug up a few spiritual herbs. He even ate a few red fruits that he had accidentally picked. As he was circulating his energy to digest the medicinal effects, he saw Yu Yan being chased by a large group of demonic beasts, running in a sorry state. And it was a large group of high-level demonic beasts. Li Zhongming looked up to the sky and sighed. He knew that he couldn't win against them, so he simply went forward and helped Yu Yan block them. While running for his life, he activated the Great Dream Divine Skill. In the end, he successfully carried Yu Yan and a large group of demonic beasts, and fell asleep together. When he woke up and carried Yu Yan, who was still sleeping soundly, he ran into Li Chenglong and the others. Li Chenglong looked at Yu Yan, who was sleeping soundly on Li Zhongming's shoulder, and was shocked. "Damn, you slept with her again." Chapter 802. Li Zhongming had a stomach full of complaints. "What do you mean I slept with her again? Do you even know how to speak properly?" Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the rest all had strange looks on their faces. Naturally, they were reminded of the arena battle back then. After that, they encountered a group of geniuses from the Umno Alliance. Both sides had a disagreement, and after a battle, both sides suffered injuries. However, just as things were about to reach a climax, the mountain beside them collapsed. An ancient demon's cave abode that shone with treasures had appeared majestically. Both sides were energized. At this crucial moment, dozens of people from the Tao League had also found this place. The three sides were in a heated debate about the ownership of this demon's cave. However, in terms of strength, Li Chenglong's side was the strongest. Li Chenglong dominated all the geniuses, and no one was a match for him. However, with Li Chenglong's display of strength, the Tao League and the Umno Alliance gradually showed signs of joining forces. Li Chenglong was smart enough to suggest that the three sides should negotiate and enter together. As for who would obtain the treasure, it would depend on their luck. Everyone agreed readily. Regardless of whether it was the Tao League or the Umno Alliance, if they had a choice, they would not be willing to join forces with each other. The three sides entered the ancient demon's cave abode one after another. However, after everyone entered, the ancient demon's cave abode suddenly disappeared. Along with everyone else, it also disappeared from the ground. As time passed, more and more geniuses from the three continents encountered each other. It became more and more frequent. As for Sui Xiaoduo's side, although they were training separately, they were in the same direction. Once there was any sudden change, he would roar, and everyone would respond together. Under such a mechanism, they would not be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, there was also Sui Xiaoduo who traversed the entire region. This huge shit-stirrer was basically a ready-made cheat. All the geniuses of the Tao Alliance and the Wizard Alliance who encountered him gritted their teeth and harbored evil intentions. They either died on the spot or had their rings stolen by him. There were only a few exceptions. The reason why he was an exception was probably because there were a few geniuses from the Tao Alliance who were mild-mannered and were spared by Sui Xiaoduo. After that, Sui Xiaoduo blamed himself for a long time. Why did I suddenly become soft-hearted? Is this still my Sui Xiaoduo? Could it be that he was possessed? He must be possessed. There were also a few groups of geniuses from the Umno Alliance. Their attitudes were also very gentle. After meeting Sui Xiaoduo, they actually introduced themselves and asked for Sui Xiaoduo's name. As soon as they heard the name Sui Xiaoduo, these people immediately gave in and took out a large number of natural treasures they had obtained from the secret realm, saying that they wanted to make friends with Sui Xiaoduo and form a good relationship with him. Sui Xiaoduo didn't understand at all. What was going on? You're from the Umno Alliance, okay? We're enemies, okay? Why are you being so polite? What's your stance? This makes it difficult for me to do anything. Hence, Sui Xiaoduo started to pester them endlessly, demanding for a yard after getting an inch. He was obviously trying to find a reason to do something. However, these geniuses from the Umno Alliance were too good-tempered. Their faces were full of subservience, and they would do whatever he said. You want something? Okay, I'll give it to you. You want a ring? Okay, I'll give it to you. What else do you want? If you want a beauty, we have it here too. Even if you want us, we're not a problem. I'll take off my pants and wait for you. You want to beat us up? Okay, we'll lie down and you can beat us up. You want to kill us? We'll stretch our necks and you can kill us. We won't make a move, we won't make a move. Do whatever you want, do whatever you want, do whatever you want. Faced with this scene, Sui Xiaoduo's heart was gloomy. Even if the other party scolded him, he would still be able to come up with a reason. No matter how lame the reason was, it was still a reason. However, if there was no reason, then there was really no reason. There was a fundamental difference. Even if they showed a humiliated or angry expression, he could still use it as a pretext to make a fuss. What? Why do you have such an expression when you see me? Are you provoking me? I think you're just looking down on me, Duo. However, there wasn't even an angry expression on the other party's face. What the fuck? He had no choice but to read their fortune one by one. Then, he extorted a lot of treasures as payment for reading their fortune. He pulled Gao Qiao away unhappily. Gao Qiao was dumbfounded. When did Zhua have such a big reputation? The geniuses of the Umno Alliance, each and every one of them, were like mice that saw a cat when they saw him. They didn't even dare to move. What the fuck? The same geniuses of the Umno Alliance chased after me and Wan Li Xiu for thousands of miles when they saw us. However, these groups of people were much more numerous than that group of people, but they were like sheep in front of Zhua Duo. They automatically offered treasures and bowed to him. And Zhua didn't look happy at all. This was simply too awe-inspiring and domineering. One person showed his name, and the other party collectively prostrated themselves respectfully. There was also a group of people who saw the situation from afar and immediately turned around and ran away as if there was oil on the soles of their feet. Where's your loyalty? But all of this was too unimaginable, wasn't it? Of course, there were also those who didn't know what was going on. There were also those who were successfully picked on by Zhua Duo. Those people's ending was that after they contributed many treasures and rings to Zhua Duo, they also contributed a bunch of luck points that were fulfilled by the bloody calamity. Ever since Zhua Duo had entered the mystic realm, he had obtained more than 400 providence points. It could be said to be an unprecedented huge harvest. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. The nascent soul transformation cultivators on Zhua's side from the astral soul's continent improved their strength and cultivation rapidly. Moreover, they cooperated with each other. At least in terms of safety, they were much better than the other two sides. Seeing this situation, Zhua Duo let Gao Qiao go back. I'll walk around alone and look for opportunities a little further away. Zhua Duo thought very clearly. With him secretly following them, these students wouldn't be in any danger, but because of this, they wouldn't have any experience. If he wanted them to really grow, he had to leave them alone and let them face the difficulties and dangers on their own. Gao Qiao also knew that if she followed Zhua Duo, she would only be useful in dealing with the harvest. The rest would only be a burden, so she nodded happily and went to find the main group. Gao Qiao's goal was very obvious. My aptitude is not that of a peerless genius. I'm destined to have no hope of reaching the peak of martial arts. Then I'll set my goal as a second-rate cultivator. As long as I don't fall too far behind and don't leave the main group, it'll be fine. If this is the premise, then no matter if I rely on elixirs or opportunities, I'll cooperate with my own efforts to improve my cultivation. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't fight the enemy head-on and kill them. I'm more suitable for logistics. So, if I don't follow Zhua, I'll find another relatively safe person to accompany me. After thinking about it, she entered the middle position of the group. Not far to the left was Meng Zhongjun and the others. Not far to the right was Hao Han and the others. Accompanying her was Shin Piao. Well, it's decided happily. It's safe and foolproof. After Zhua Duo separated from Gao Qiao, he immediately turned into a sharp arrow and sped away. Another reason why Zhua Duo decided to separate from Gao Qiao was that this large area, about thousands of miles in radius, had been drained clean by Shao Chang. There were only a few kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this area. Zhua Duo was gradually dissatisfied with such a harvest and even irritated. Although it was very annoying to say this, For Zhuo Duo, so far, there were only a few harvests on this trip. There were no more surprises, so he was very depressed. If his thoughts were heard by other nascent soul geniuses, it would most likely arouse public anger. They would attack him together and beat him to death. You fucking obtained wealth that we may not be able to obtain in our entire lives. How dare you say that you didn't get anything? But in Zhuo's heart, this was really what he thought. Maybe it was because he had gained too much, and his vision had become a little higher. It was a bad result of being used to it. After parting with Gao Qiao, Zhuo Duo swept across the hilly area of the 7,000-mile plain in one breath. Like a gust of wind, he galloped across. Except for stopping to rob two groups of geniuses from the No Alliance, he didn't stop. However, in the process of robbing, Zhuo Duo unexpectedly met a weirdo. The other party was a tall and thin man who belonged to the No Alliance. He was dressed very luxuriously. When he saw Zhuo Duo coming down to rob him, he was actually very arrogant. However, this guy did have some goods under his hands. Not only did he dare to go against Zhuo Duo, but he also resisted Zhuo Duo's attacks for a full 3 minutes before he was defeated. Then, when this guy was kicked in the crotch by Zhuo Duo and flew into the air, he screamed and showed a gold medal. Stop. I'm a disciple of the golden-scaled Great Wizard clan. I have the death-free gold medal of the left and right heavenly kings. Then, he covered his crotch and screamed, "Aw, aw, aw. Ow, ow, aw." Zhuo Duo never dreamed that he would meet such a weirdo. He felt the gold medal and found that there were indeed 3 extremely powerful spiritual forces on it. They should be the top geniuses from the No Alliance, the group of people that the 3 continents had promised not to hurt. However, Zhuo Duo felt very angry. Why don't I have this thing? What the hell, who is he looking down on? Am I not more talented than him? Am I not more promising? Zhuo Duo was angry. Although he did not dare to kill him, he still stripped this descendant of the Great Wizard down to his underwear. Give it to me. Zhuo's fiendish expression. You should at least leave me something, right? At least leave me the ring. This guy argued, I'll empty the ring for you, okay? As the descendant of the Great Wizard, I have to be shameless. Shameless? What's your name? Shahai. Shahai. Your ancestor's surname is Jin, and your surname is Shah. Do you think that I, Zhuo Duo, have no brains? Have you never been to school? Zhuo Duo began to find excuses. Are you looking down on me, Zhuo Duo? Chapter 803. My name is Shahai. My ancestor is a golden-scaled shaman, but the golden-scaled shaman. His surname is not Jin. Shahai yelled, feeling wronged. Brother Zhuo, since you said you're educated, why don't you have any common sense? How dare you accuse me of having no common sense? It seems like you still haven't realized the reality. Zhuo Duo was so angry that he beat up the 11 geniuses of the No Alliance, including Shahai. Shahai was silent. He finally realized that this hero Zhuo Duo was obviously unhappy that he couldn't kill anyone. No matter what he said, he would still be beaten up. He could only keep quiet. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. The less he said, the less mistakes he would make. He did not give him any reason to be angry. Let's see what Zhuo Duo can do. Zhuo Duo looted everyone and left without hesitation. You should have left a ring. I still need to put away this token, right? Shahai yelled behind Zhuo Duo, you took it away, where am I supposed to put it? You can stuff it in your ass. Zhuo Duo said fiercely, I'm telling you, if you see my astral soul's martial arts, you'd better take a detour. If you dare hurt anyone, I'll make sure you won't be able to leave the arcane realm. I don't believe that your token can stop me from killing. Shanghai was so sad that he did not dare to make a sound. He thought that he had obtained a lot of good things in the past few days, but it turned out that they were all prepared for someone else. Besides, he could not do anything to the astral souls in the future. The situation is better than the person. We can only target the Tao League now. Sansi sighed. I need to hurry up and run into a group of geniuses of the Tao Alliance and snatch an interspatial ring from them. What the fuck? I ran into someone who doesn't know anything and is completely unreasonable. I already said that he was a descendant of a grand shaman, but he actually snatched everything clean. Master Hai, are we really not going to deal with the astral souls? Even if we kill them, Zhuo Xiaoduo might not know. What if he finds out? Do you think he was just being arrogant just now? He is forcing us to violate his taboo first. As long as we touch his bad luck and give him a reason to kill, he will really dare to kill. Shanghai still had some lingering fear in his heart. He probably doesn't know that this is for Skysoar realm cultivators. Let's just hope that Brat doesn't find out about this in the secret realm. Everyone. Immediately, Shanghai was brimming with heroic spirit as he said, everything must be done safely. When I get out this time and cultivate to the cloud transformation realm, I'll definitely kill Zhuo Xiaoduo and avenge today's humiliation. The people behind him were speechless. When you came in, you acted as if you were number one in the world, boasting shamelessly that you would sweep through the secret realm. When you talked about Zhuo Xiaoduo, you snorted and said that you could kill this so-called Zhuo Xiaoduo with a fart. In the end, he really encountered Zhuo Xiaoduo. If you're so fucking awesome, why don't you just take it head on? Why don't you just kill him with a fart? Why are you scared? Why are you scared? Aren't you just relying on that ancestral tablet to stay alive? Now that it's been snatched clean, you don't even dare to snatch it back from the astral soul's mainland. You only dare to snatch it from the Tao League. Do you have to listen to him so much? What do you mean by killing him after you break through to the cloud transformation realm? Hee. Right now, all I can think about is hee. When you break through to the cloud transformation realm, he will still crush you. Maybe he will crush you even more. I thought he was the greatest king, but in the end, he's just a best-mouthy king. Let's go. Everyone, follow me to cause trouble for the Tao League. Shanghai waved his hand. His words were spoken in an incredibly heroic and imposing manner. It was as if he didn't hold Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others in any regard at all. It was as if he could single-handedly defeat the 7 swords of the Tao Alliance. The 10 people behind him felt a wave of exhaustion. When I first started following you, I saw that you were killing people everywhere. You were very awesome. You didn't smile, and you had a cold face. I really thought that you were amazing. But I only realized that I was following a clown when I met a tough opponent. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked for a few hundred miles, but he still felt uneasy. Why don't I have that tablet? Why didn't anyone give it to me? Why? Am I not a genius? Who do I need to appeal this matter to? Zhuo Xiaoduo counted with his fingers and sighed. I don't know anyone from the upper management of astral souls. Should I tell Principal Yi about this? Should I ask Principal Yi to fight for it? What am I thinking? Principal Ye's position is only useful in Fenghai. In front of the upper management of astral souls, he has no say at all. Then we can only rely on Uncle Nan. It seems that Uncle Nan is the chief of the South. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly. Dad and Mom only know one high-ranking official in our lives. Although it's already a great achievement to know this high-ranking official. I don't know when I can see Uncle Nan again. Let's see if I can be thick-skinned and mention it. But this matter involves the approval of the Heavenly King. It seems that Uncle Nan can't do it. Damn it. Is the descendant of the golden-scaled great witch so awesome? How dare he threaten me in front of my face? Zhou Xiaoduo was really angry. His life's dream was to win without doing anything, but this dream was shattered by someone who even wanted to do the opposite in front of him. Such a blatant threat, clear in front of his eyes. You can't kill my descendant. This should be my way of doing things. What kind of logic is this? We are enemies, okay. But I can't kill your descendant, then what's the point of fighting? This life is full of difficulties and frustrations. I can't say anything when I'm threatened. When I'm on the top of the sky in the future, I'll catch a great witch and beat him up. He wrote a poem very gloomily. Only then did he feel a little spiritual victory. He looked up at the road ahead. He saw dark clouds in front of him. Moreover, this dark cloud didn't seem to be moving. It just lay across the sky in the distance. At the end of his gaze was a tall mountain that reached straight into the sky. The mountain peak directly pierced into the dark clouds. Over there, lightning flashed like silver snakes. In short, it looked very terrifying. However, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. I seem to have a feeling here. I really want to go in. It seems that something is waiting for me to go over. It was a very clear and real feeling. Xiaolong came over like a gust of wind. His eyes were filled with fear. Boss, let's change direction. It's extremely dangerous ahead. The power of the way of the heavens is in a chaotic state over there. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. What's going on? Tell me specifically, why is it in chaos? Xiaolong stammered and said, that seems to be the chaotic sea of thunderclouds. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't understand the term, chaotic sea of thunderclouds, at all. However, he vaguely felt that there was something over there that was vaguely attracting him. Let's go over and take a look. Try to be careful. If things don't work out, we'll retreat immediately. Zhou Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment. In the end, he couldn't control the feeling in his heart. I'll go over and take a look. Just a look. If there are benefits and the danger isn't too great, I'll naturally try. If I feel that the danger is too great, then I'll turn back and leave. I'll never turn back. Zhou Xiaoduo gave himself a few shots of precaution. Boss, I still suggest that you don't go. The rules of the way of the heavens there are really chaotic and out of focus. Xiaolong's words and actions were full of fear. Boss, you're protected by the way of the heavens. According to common sense, you'll be fine in the land of astral souls. However, once you go to the land of the Tao League and the land of the Umno Alliance, things might not be the same. However, if you only go to the land of the Umno Alliance and the land of the Tao League, even if you're targeted, you'll still have a lot of chances to escape. It's not impossible for you to survive the danger. However, in such a chaotic place, the way of the heavens will be difficult to take effect. Boss, please reconsider. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. What did you just say? I'm protected by the way of the astral souls. What do you mean by that? He really didn't know about his own way of the heavens. Although he used to look at his face in the mirror, he really couldn't see much. As for the way of the heavens, neither the divination technique nor the aura observation technique could see one's own way of the heavens. Zhou Xiaoduo only knew that his luck was good, and his way of the heavens should be stronger than most people. However, this was only his own guess, and there was no actual proof. At this moment, after listening to Xiaolong's words, he vaguely understood something. Can you tell me in detail what's going on with the chaotic way of the heavens? Zhou Xiaoduo tried hard to recall the relevant knowledge he had seen. I don't know the details either. It's just the name. Xiao Long was also dumbfounded. It's probably very dangerous, the kind that's extremely dangerous. If you go even a little closer, you might die. He was already scared out of his wits when he saw the chaotic way of the heavens. To Xiao Long, such a place was a land of death. If he really entered, he would be completely torn apart in an instant. Such a place was a land of death even for the Son of Providence who carried the way of the heavens. Because in such a place, the more providence one had, the easier it was to be targeted by the chaotic way of the heavens. After the Son of Providence was torn apart, the providence he carried would be absorbed by the chaotic way of the heavens. It was no different from a great tonic. Sua Xiaoduo could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He became more and more apprehensive. If he would die if he went close, then it would not be as simple as a land of death. How can there be a place with chaotic way of the heavens? Sua Xiaoduo was puzzled. Could it be that this was caused by the separation of the continent back then? Xiao Long said in fear, no. The chaotic way of the heavens is actually the chaos of the universe before the heavens were opened. It was chaotic and disorderly. Xiao Long said, I don't know the specifics, and I've never really seen it. Anyway, it's very, very dangerous. Moreover, in any world, after the heavens were opened, the chaotic way of the heavens would not completely disappear. It might be temporarily hidden, or it might be sealed. In such a place, only powerful people who have a very, very high level of cultivation can protect themselves if they enter. Those who are slightly weaker will be torn apart immediately if they enter. There are very few lucky people. Xiao Long was a little puzzled. But why would such a place appear here? Isn't this the trial space? This is simply equivalent to a martial disciple who has just entered the way of the Tao encountering a formation set up by the Umno Alliance's great shamans. It's not just a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, it's simply a 10 out of 10 chance of survival. Chapter 804. After hearing Xiao Long's words, Sua Xiaoduo was even more confused. Yes, according to what he knew, this was a training space that was about to disappear. How could there be such a super-level item? Of course, Sua Xiaoduo did not know the reason. Or rather, the Flood Witch, who had entered this place once, did not know either. This Crown Prince's Academy was a special space that sealed the chaotic heavenly Tao after the opening of the sky. Back then, the Rock Demon Master lost the opportunity to prove his Tao and had no choice but to find another way. He asked for the help of the 2 demon emperors on the condition of being the demon master of the Crown Prince. With the help of the 2 demon emperors, countless powerful figures of the demon clan worked together and separated a piece of the chaotic heavenly Tao. Then, this piece of land became the Rock Demon Master's territory. The Rock Demon Master lived in this place and used the chaotic rules to train himself day and night, hoping to find another way. In the end, the Rock Demon Master succeeded in comprehending the spatial rules. It was all because of the tempering of the chaotic heavenly Tao. Then, the Rock Demon Master used this space to compress the space he lived in and created this Crown Prince's Academy. He used layers of seals to seal the chaotic heavenly Tao. However, it was also because of this Crown Prince's Academy that the Rock Demon Master left. Because the last person to enter the Crown Prince's Academy, the 7th Prince, somehow broke into the chaotic heavenly Tao's seal and died inside, along with all the demon generals that accompanied him. The Demon Empress was furious and pursued the matter. Even though the Rock Demon Master was a demon master, his days became difficult. Later on, he left the demon clan due to some other matters and his whereabouts were unknown. Of course, this was all in the past. However, one thing was certain, and that was the Crown Prince's Academy might really collapse, but the chaotic heavenly Tao would not disappear. Once it broke free from this shackle and left the sealed space, there would naturally be new opportunities. However, Duo did not know this at all. These were things that were far beyond his knowledge. He only felt that something was attracting him. However, he was worried because of Xiaolong's reminder. Could it be that the chaotic heavenly Tao wants the power of fate that I carry? Is it deliberately creating this feeling to lure me over? My Lord Sua doesn't want to get caught here. Duo calculated the distance. At this moment, he was about 1,000 miles away from the chaotic dark clouds in the sky. To go or not to go? This was a difficult choice. As far as the eye could see, the dark clouds on the other side changed again. Following the sudden explosion of thunder and lightning, thousands of white lights shuttled back and forth in the sea of clouds, twisting and turning. It was as if huge dragons were fighting each other, and the battle was in full swing. Immediately after, another ball of red light shot up into the sky. That ball of red light was so huge that it looked like a mushroom cloud. Duo stared blankly. The intense red light, especially the abundant energy contained within, reminded him of his heart of the ardent sun. If this was Duo took a deep breath. Don't think about it, don't think about it. It's too dangerous. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. It was better not to go. Thus, he turned around and walked back. My Lord Zuo would not go to such a dangerous place. Long, that place looks like the heart of the ardent sun. Duo muttered casually. Although he had decided not to take the risk, he could not help but feel depressed. Xiaolong, even if you don't answer, I know it must be there. But I don't dare to go. Xiaolong watched as Duo walked further and further away. Finally, he was relieved. As long as Sua did not go in that direction, he would be fine. There would be no danger. Hearing Xiao was muttering, he was even more relieved. He replied casually, the heart of the ardent sun is nothing. It's just a mutated jade of astral souls from the earth's core. It's only useful for you now. In this chaotic space of the heavenly axiom, fate is the resource. There are countless good things inside. Even innate spiritual treasures are not few in number. You only need one to be invincible in this world. The muscles on Xiaoduo's face twitched. It was an expression of infinite heartache. The heart of the ardent sun is nothing. My liver hurts. The best treasure I have right now is the ardent sun's heart. It's nothing in your mouth. Although he was still walking slowly, his footsteps were getting slower and slower. Suddenly, there was a roar from the top of the mountain in front of him. A huge white tiger suddenly swept across the sky like an aircraft carrier, flying towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom filled with dark clouds. Fuck! What's going on? Xiaoduo's eyes widened. This tiger is much stronger than a king-level beast. It can kill me in one blow. What kind of beast is this? That's a high-level beast above the emperor level. Of course it can kill you in one blow. Xiaolong only glanced at it and said disdainfully. Even if it was a beast of this level, it was still meaningless to Xiaolong. Although he couldn't hurt the beast couldn't hurt him either. He couldn't even see it. While they were talking, another huge golden eagle with a wingspan of more than a few hundred meters flew towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom. It scattered golden light all over the sky. With a long cry, it flew towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom. In front of it, there was a huge eagle and a single-horned serpent. They were all rushing towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom. In a flash, there was a roar from the mountain. A huge bear the size of a small mountain rushed out. It ran a few hundred meters with each step. When it passed by Sua Xiao Duo, it was less than 1,000 meters away from him. However, it ignored Sua Xiao Duo. It didn't ask him anything and just rushed past him. Sua Xiao Duo watched from the side, his heart beating fast. However, in addition to his fear, doubts grew in his heart. Long, didn't you say that there was danger over there? Why are all these powerful beasts running in that direction? It's impossible that they didn't sense the danger. Why aren't they avoiding it? Sua Xiao Duo scratched his head and asked. This chaotic space of the heavenly axiom has a limit because it's too chaotic. That is. In the constant strife inside, there will often be some good things falling out of the cracks in the space. These beasts should be going to snatch these things that they like. Didn't you have a similar feeling just now? If I hadn't stopped you, you might have already passed by now. Xiao Long explained patiently. However, after hearing what he said, Sua Xiao Duo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Doesn't that mean that there won't be any danger if we just wait outside? Xiao Long suddenly widened his eyes in confusion. It's true that there won't be any danger if we just wait at the edge. However, I'm afraid that you won't be able to resist going in. Just now, you almost fell into the trap. With your addiction to the world's wealth and treasures, I'm sure you can resist it. Xiao Long, oh Xiao Long, how dare you lie to me? Today's matter isn't over. Sua Xiao Duo turned around and left. These beasts are fine if they go there to pick up the treasures, but will something happen if I go there? Besides, I have the Void Transformation Stone on me. I'm an expert in this kind of sneaky business. I'm an expert in this field. That big bear just now was definitely it. Back then, I wore the Void Transformation Stone and stole the spiritual medicine around it. Didn't I still not discover it? Wherever these powerful beasts are, I'll be there. Can't I just sneak around? As long as these powerful beasts are not dangerous, then I, Xiao, who is like a speck of dust, will naturally not be in danger. This is such a simple logic. This is such an obvious opportunity to get rich. 2 sleeves of empty bow, I'm coming, wait for me. Xiao Long was so anxious that his mouth was full of bubbles. Boss, don't go, don't go. I beg you. It's really too dangerous over there. You won't be able to withstand it with your small body. Aw. Don't worry. I'll just stay nearby. I'm not greedy. I just want to get some benefits. Sua Xiao Duo comforted him. Don't you understand me? Even if it's a treasure comparable to the entire heaven realm, it's not as important as my life to me. Xiao Long felt that this sentence made sense. Boss Sua's fear of death had gone to a considerable extent. His degree of cautiousness was also obvious to all, and he had a good reputation. It shouldn't be a problem to just take a look and get some benefits. Xiao Long followed Sua Xiao Duo anxiously and started to walk towards the mountain in the distance. In just an hour, they reached the foot of the mountain. Under Xiao Long's guidance, Sua Xiao Duo hung the Void Transformation Stone in front of his chest. He also tied the small piece of multicolored stone with a rope and hung it around his neck. It was tightly attached to his chest to replenish his vitality at all times, in case of any sudden danger. Then, like a huge lizard, it climbed up silently. Its cautiousness was much greater than when it was plotting against the centipede queen. Sua Xiao Duo climbed about 4,000 meters. Suddenly, he saw a space ring in a crack of a rock. It was connected to half a broken finger. Although the blood had dried up, it didn't seem to have been there for long. Sua Xiao Duo took it out and looked at it. It took him a little time to break the seal. After checking it, he couldn't help but sigh. This was a relic left behind by a student of Yunduan High School. There was also the school emblem of Yunduan High School inside. It seems that I'm not the first person to find this place. Duo thought to himself. At the same time, he became even more vigilant and cautious. As he continued to climb, he saw endless bloodstains as far as the eye could see. There were bits and pieces of all sorts of things. Some tattered pieces of cloth were blown up and down by the wind. There were clothes from the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. There were also pieces of clothes from the Astral Souls. Looks like there really were quite a few geniuses who came here to train, but on their way up the mountain, they were killed by demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Duo increased his vigilance. He was almost always on his guard and was very careful. Rumble. Ka-cha-cha. A thunderous rumble suddenly erupted from the dark clouds thousands of meters above their heads. The rumbling was deafening. Xiaoduo's whole body was pressed against the cliff, but he couldn't help but look up in the direction of the sound. He saw that in the dark clouds, there was a sudden flash of lightning. It was like a chaotic storm of smoke and dust. And in the storm of smoke and dust, there was a sudden flash of golden light. That was a total of 12 huge golden lotuses, blooming in the boundless chaos. The golden light spots suddenly scattered all over the sky. Chapter 805. Against the huge golden lotus, there were 12 other equally huge lotuses, but their color was as dark as the starry sky, and they collided with each other. The black light and the golden light, after the extreme collision, exploded and scattered in all directions. At this moment, the lightning connected the sky and the earth, forming a complete area of hundreds of kilometers. Xiaoduo's eyes instantly felt an inexplicable soreness as tears flowed down. But then, he opened his eyes wide, regardless of the sore eyes that he saw that in the clouds high up in the sky, there were pieces of golden and black light spots falling down. Floating in the air that they really fell down. They fell down. Duo roared in his heart. But then, his body stiffened. Countless powerful demonic beasts burst out from the mountain, biting and tearing at each other. They fought in the most ferocious and extreme way, driving each other away. Then, they used their own bodies to touch the light spots as much as possible. The first one to bear the brunt was the golden eagle. It touched 2 golden light spots, and then it couldn't help but cry to the sky. Screech! The golden light on his body suddenly surged, and his body, which was already quite huge, began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already expanded to twice his original size. When it spread its wings, it was already 1,000 meters wide. It really covered the sky and covered the earth. Then, another giant bear appeared in the air and charged into the black light spots. It roared at the sky, and its body also gradually grew bigger. Its aura was also increasing rapidly. It roared to the sky, and beat its thick chest continuously. However, at this moment, suddenly, from the top of the mountain, dozens of huge streamers rushed down, and went straight to the giant bear. The golden eagle was shocked. It flapped its wings and flew up quickly, and its speed was indescribable. But the giant bear was too big a target, and its movement was relatively clumsy. Dozens of powerful demonic beasts pounced on it from several directions. A series of furious roars, and the two sides used all their strength to fight desperately. However, even though the giant bear's strength increased greatly after touching the light spots of the Black Lotus, and its body became bigger, it was still outnumbered. In less than 100 breaths, the giant bear's huge body was torn apart by many opponents, and its skin, flesh, and bones were eaten by dozens of demonic beasts. Only a few bones were left, and they rolled down from the mountain. In the sky, there were countless powerful demonic beasts fighting for the golden light spots and the black light spots. Those who had eaten wanted to leave, but they were immediately besieged by those who didn't. In a short time, a few huge demonic beasts were besieged, and they were eaten by the demonic beasts. The smell of blood filled the sky, and it spread everywhere. Xiaoduo felt cold all over his body. That giant bear, with just a slap of its paw, sent him flying for dozens of miles. Now, it, whose strength had increased exponentially, was being eaten by other demonic beasts right in front of him. Eaten. The individual strength of these demonic beasts was too strong. The most important thing was that Xiaoduo saw clearly that the golden light spots and the black light spots were only scattered bits of the original. Most of them didn't escape, and they returned to the chaotic space of the heavenly way inside. Those that could flow out through these little cracks were probably only 1 in 10,000, or even less. But just this little bit, this little bit, this little bit, this little bit, had already caused the demonic beasts to undergo earth-shattering changes. What kind of treasure is this? Xiaoduo grimaced and whispered to Xiaolong, those 2 lotuses. How would I know? Xiaolong's eyes were also drooling, but he tried hard to control himself. But it's definitely something good. I'm afraid it's not inferior to an innate spiritual treasure. Fuck, you didn't say that. Xiaoduo snorted disdainfully, so you're also a country bumpkin who doesn't know anything. With the disappearance of the golden light spots and the black light spots, the whole mountain regained its peace. But not long after, Xiaoduo had only climbed 500 meters silently. Suddenly, there was another explosion in the sky. It was still the same situation as before. The dark clouds within thousands of miles were all lit up like giant light bulbs. In the chaotic space, a green vine was waving, whipping the land within thousands of miles. On the vine, there were green leaves, and at the top, there was a small gourd. It was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. This time, it was unknown what it was whipping. After a few seconds, the world returned to darkness and peace. But this time, nothing dropped. The demonic beasts waited motionlessly and expectantly. Pairs of incomparably huge eyes were focused on the sky. Even the demonic beasts that had climbed to the highest point were still thousands of meters away from the chaotic space at the top of the mountain. They didn't dare to approach. In such a peaceful moment, Xiaoduo even saw the demonic beasts changing their positions, while the other demonic beasts completely ignored them. Even if other demonic beasts stepped on their bodies or walked over their heads, they still didn't move. At most, they would roar impatiently, but they wouldn't really make a move. Obviously, all the demonic beasts were conserving their strength and concentrating, waiting for the next eruption of opportunity. All the demonic beasts were worried that if they fought with other demonic beasts at this time and the light spots suddenly erupted, they wouldn't be able to catch up and miss the opportunity. This was not an if, but a fact. If 2 demonic beasts fought now, and the light spots erupted at the right time, they would definitely not be able to catch up with the eruption. They would only be taken advantage of by other demonic beasts. At such a critical moment, no one wanted to do such a stupid thing. Xiaoduo's body moved like a snake as he silently climbed up the mountain. The mountain range was very big, and the route Xiaoduo chose was the steepest and most difficult to climb. His whole body was completely integrated with the mountain rocks, and no aura leaked out. The heaven-defying effect of the void transformation stone was perfectly and directly displayed here. Climbing up further, there was a huge platform, surrounded by traces of battle. At first glance, it was obvious that it was caused by demonic beasts. Xiaoduo hid under a big rock below the platform, only revealing 2 sneaky eyes. In the sky, there were many strange phenomena. One moment, black clouds rolled over, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The next moment, white clouds soared into the sky and fought with the black clouds. The next moment, there were flashes of lightning in all directions. The next moment, there were flashes of golden light, and the next moment, there were red clouds like a volcanic eruption. There were all kinds of spectacular phenomena, and there were all kinds of images of precious treasures. Xiao Duo was dazzled by them, and he couldn't wait to hug them all in his arms. But he also knew that it was just his imagination, and it was simply unrealistic. Just the aftershocks of these precious treasures were enough to kill him thousands of times over. Great, this is too awesome. It's too tempting, but I'm too weak. I can't even get one of the treasures in the mountain. Xiao Duo was very depressed. This was a real mountain of treasures in front of him. The whole mountain range was full of treasures. As long as he could get one of them, he would be rich for the rest of his life. However, he couldn't even get a single one of them. He couldn't even get a tiny bit of it. This made Xiao Duo, the miser, feel as if his heart was being fried in a pan of oil. This uncomfortable feeling, needless to say, was not something that could be described with words. There was another explosion, but this time, there were green light spots falling down. On the top of the mountain, more than thousands of demonic beasts were shaking together. A hurricane was blowing, and its momentum was shaking the sky and the earth. It was a disaster. Xiao Duo was hanging on the cliff, almost suffocated by the demonic beast's astonishing momentum. He was almost crushed into a meat patty. I can't even deal with one of these demonic beasts. Damn it. I don't even dare to go out and grab a light spot. I'll die if I go out. What did I come here for? Is it just for the sake of coveting? Why do I have to suffer like this? Xiao Duo was speechless to the extreme. His whole body was sore, as if he was being run over by a truck that weighed dozens of tons, or being raped by hundreds of burly men. Xiaolong had already escaped by now. In fact, when Xiao Duo was still climbing halfway up the mountain, Xiaolong had already run away. If he continued to climb, even if he was at the same height as Xiao Duo, with the characteristics of his body of providence, he would be absorbed by the chaotic heavenly axiom and disappear in an instant. Therefore, Xiao Duo simply let Xiaolong go down to collect the earth veins. If Xiaolong was here, Xiao Duo would not be so uncomfortable. But now that Xiaolong was not here, Xiao Duo was lonely and uncomfortable, and he did not dare to make the slightest move. There was no need to mention this feeling. It was also indescribable and indescribable. Suddenly, two shrill screams came from the bottom of the mountain and the middle of the mountain. Obviously, geniuses who came in for the trial found this place. However, they did not have the heaven-defying skills of Xiao Duo. They were almost eaten by the demonic beasts as soon as they arrived. It was as if they were delivering food. This is simply. Xiao Duo racked his brains to think of a solution, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, when the demonic beasts erupted again, he quietly dug a hole under the stone and stuffed his body in, leaving only his head outside. He looked at the demonic beasts outside, quietly drooling. I'm really out of my mind this time. It's useless to come here. Xiao Duo sighed. There are too many demonic beasts. If there were only one or two, I could try to sneak in and take advantage of them. But in this situation, even if there were 100 more void transformation stones, it would be useless. They can only hide one's breath, but not one's body. Even if he doesn't have any aura, the demonic beasts aren't blind to the fact that there's such a big living person in the air. By then, my fragrant Xiao Duo will become a stinky poop. Why don't I have a stone that can make me invisible? Xiao Duo looked at him anxiously. Slowly, he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 806. The commotion in the air gradually subsided. Some of the monsters on the top of the mountain suddenly roared and activated their mental strength to shake the void. The meaning behind his words was simple and clear. Xiao Duo heard it clearly and understood everything. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. The opportunity in the crack has ended. Get lost. As the monsters on the top of the mountain roared crazily, the monsters on the bottom of the mountain scattered instantly. The monsters on the top of the mountain where Xiao Duo was standing were all monsters at the Demon King level. Many of them left immediately after the roar, but there were still some monsters who refused to leave. Then the monsters on the top of the mountain rushed down, roaring crazily and fighting. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. With a bang, an inner core the size of a goose egg flew into the cave where Xiao Duo was hiding. Xiao Duo grabbed the inner core, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His heart was full of bitterness. This was the inner core of a monster at the Demon King level. It should be a good thing. But now I've come here after so much effort. Compared to the good things here, the inner core of a Demon King is insignificant. It's just a speck of dust. It's better not to have it. Xiao Duo cursed angrily in his heart. He put the inner core into the space ring with a flip of his hand. Damn it. Even a speck of dust is better than nothing. Not only was the mosquito's leg meat, but so was the mantis's leg. Then he buried his head in the cave again. But a moment later, a monster flew past here. It seemed to be looking for the inner core that had just been sent flying. But it didn't smell anything and flew down to the bottom of the cliff to look for it. Xiao Duo didn't dare to show his face again for a long time. He deeply felt that this trip was really stupid. I'd better just leave after a while. I don't even dare to move now. How can I snatch the treasure? However, the feeling of waiting was still unpleasant. It was truly indescribable and could not be described with words. Damn, in just one day, no, in just a short period of time, I personally felt 3 kinds of negative emotions that couldn't be described with words. This was truly a day of great sorrow for anyone. However, at this moment, Xiao Duo's gaze suddenly stopped. In front of him, there seemed to be some special marks on the mountain wall that he had just dug out. It actually looked like handwriting. Handwriting? Xiao Duo was shocked. It was said that no one had come here for tens of thousands of years, so how could there be any writing left behind? What's more, I happened to be digging a hole here to hide, and there were actually traces of words left behind. Isn't this too ridiculous? He tried to dig at it with his finger, and it went in immediately. The place he touched was actually very soft and slippery. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Xiao Duo was bewildered. But with the strange phenomenon in front of him, if he didn't do anything, he would be letting down this fortuitous encounter. Xiao Duo followed the small hole and dug all the way down. About half a minute later, he suddenly felt that his finger seemed to have touched something hard. He felt for a moment that it looked like a sword hilt or a saber hilt. Xiao Duo became more and more puzzled. How could there be such a thing here? He tried to pull it out, but found that he could not. This thing seemed to be inserted into the mountain at an angle. Xiao Duo changed to using elemental energy to slowly erode the surrounding mountain. After more than 10 minutes, he finally dug out the thing inside. When the object was in his hand, Xiao Duo looked at it carefully and found that it was a very ancient-looking thin long sword. Well, in terms of shape, rather than a sword, it was more like a round awl. Its entire body was dark red. Other than that, he could not find any other trace of it. However, this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. As soon as Xiao Duo touched it, he could already feel an endless demonic aura emanating from it. An abundant demonic aura was rising and dense. This demonic aura was vast and majestic. It was far purer than the demonic aura of the demonic beasts on the mountain peak. Xiao Duo looked at it carefully again. The tip of this sword was pointed downwards, and it was inserted into the belly of the mountain. Reflecting on this angle, it should have come down from a high altitude. Following this angle, Xiao Duo mustered up his courage and looked up. He saw that the sword was inserted in the opposite direction of the chaotic space of heavenly Tao above his head. What was more, it was almost at the position where the light spots had just dissipated. Maybe it was because this sword flew out from there that those light spots could float out from this shao-shaped hole. So, it's not that the seal has loosened or anything like that. It's just because this sword shot out from the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao, that's why there's such a small crack. Sui Xiao Duo thought about it and felt that his speculation was not far from the truth. It was the most suitable for the current situation. Then, he became more and more inexplicably shocked. What kind of power, and what level of power, is needed to directly penetrate this sword from the chaotic space of heavenly Tao, and then insert it so deeply into this mountain? Sui Xiao Duo guessed correctly. This sword really did fly out from the chaotic space of heavenly Tao, and it was indeed inserted deeply into the belly of the mountain. However, as the demonic beasts continued to fight and fight, half of the mountain was almost destroyed. This was why Sui Xiao Duo coincidentally found this sword. Sui Xiao Duo held this mysterious sword and carefully touched it, repeatedly playing with it. This sword was at most 2.5 feet long. The oval-shaped body of the sword was covered with blood grooves. It was extremely sharp, and the tip of the sword was so sharp that Sui Xiao Duo felt frightened just by looking at it. The hilt of the sword was in the shape of a strange demon. It had a human head and a snake body, and it coiled around to form the hilt of the sword. Sui Xiao Duo tried to hold the hilt of the sword. In an instant, he felt as if the sword was about to stick to his palm. No matter who held this sword, they would feel that this sword was very comfortable to hold. This sword is really a good one. After repeatedly playing with it, Sui Xiao Duo gradually felt that he could not bear to put it down. This sword, only the tip of the sword still showed its original sharpness and shine. The other parts of the sword had already changed color. This was not the metal itself changing color due to the passage of time, but the accumulation of murderous aura due to too many killings. Sui Xiao Duo speculated that for a weapon to reach such a level of precipitation, the number of high-leveled martial artists it had to kill must reach a terrifying number. Admiring it in his hand for a while, based on his martial artist's instinct, he slowly penetrated the sword with his divine spirit. But just as his divine spirit entered the long sword, clang! Clang! Two sword sounds filled with murderous aura suddenly rang out. The murderous aura among them, with a peerless momentum, soared into the sky. This was the true meaning of the sword qi soaring into the sky. Sui Xiao Duo was instantly scared out of his wits. My life is over. There are so many powerful demonic beasts here. But he did not know that the moment the sword sounds rang out and the murderous aura soared, all the demonic beasts on the entire mountain, no matter what they were doing, all knelt down neatly on the ground. Among them, several powerful emperor-level demonic beasts were already dripping with blood. They were so scared that they wet their pants. All of them whimpered and begged for mercy in a low voice that it seemed that they had encountered a huge and unimaginable threat. They could not resist at all, and they did not even have the thought of resisting. Sui Xiao Duo, who was originally dumbstruck on the spot, had his consciousness firmly attracted by a scene. It was an extremely chaotic environment. The surroundings were full of colorful rings of light, which were like tunnels. On the other side, there was a destruction formed by a terrifying whirlwind. There were 40 or 50 demonic beasts, all pale and covered in blood, surrounding a young man in white. All of them looked like defeated soldiers with no way out. The young man in white had a weak appearance. His face was pale, but his face was very handsome. He sat upright on a rock. Even though he was seriously injured, his body was still surrounded by an awe-inspiring aura, as if he was in control of the world and could overturn the universe. It circulated naturally. What he was holding in his hand was none other than the odd-shaped spirit sword that he was currently holding. the young man in white was seriously injured. His words were intermittent, but the divine light in his eyes was getting redder and brighter. There is a traitor who sneaked into the team and led me to the chaotic place of the heavenly Tao. 300 brothers have been killed in the chaotic heavenly Tao. Today's situation is a matter of life and death. I only hope that Lord Kunping can save us in time. With the Wawang sword as the basis, Di Kun, please die. My chance of survival is in your hands. Then, the young man in white suddenly stood up and suddenly spat a mouthful of fiery red blood on the sword. He shouted sternly, "If I don't die today, I will rule the demonic beast court in the future. I will sweep the 3,000 worlds and repay my brother's kindness. Go!" With a loud roar, the long sword was about to be thrown out of his hand. At this moment, black light suddenly flickered. It was emitted from the dozen or so demons beside the young man in white and merged into the sword. "Brothers, please. Your Highness, take care." The 13 demons fused their remaining essence energy into the spiritual sword. Their bodies immediately collapsed and fell apart. The sword immediately turned into an earth-shattering stream of light and sped away. Then, he heard the young man in white shouting, You don't." Then, he could not hear anything. As far as his eyes could see, the sword was mixed with an indestructible power. It rushed out of the chaotic space and pierced through the layers of barriers. However, at the last moment, just as it was about to penetrate the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao, when it passed by a green vine, a white hand suddenly appeared from the void. A finger gently touched the sword. On the sword body, a black gas burst out, and a red light suddenly flashed, colliding with the white finger. The black light dissipated, and the red light disintegrated. A soft sound of dissipated in the air. However, that gentle touch still had an effect. It caused the tip of the sword to change its direction slightly and shoot towards a certain direction. The finger disappeared, accompanied by a soft sigh. "Ah. Me. I caught a cold. My whole body is cold. The most unfortunate thing is that I have been writing the biggest plot of the entire book these 2 days. No matter what, I can't explode today. Brothers, please understand." Chapter 807. The tip of the sword violently rushed towards the seal of the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao. As if it was cutting oil paper, it spun rapidly and tore open a hole. The moment the hole was torn open, it began to burn. Then, the sword turned into a stream of light, and with the power to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it plunged straight down. Where Xiao Duo only felt pain in front of his eyes. The last image stopped at the sword piercing into the mountain, and then disappeared in a flash, without a trace. Where Xiao Duo only felt cold sweat all over his body. What was this image? Was this in the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao? His Highness the Crown Prince. What His Highness the Crown Prince? It seemed that this sword originally had a clear target, but because of that finger, it changed direction. It ended up here. Just as he was thinking to himself. Suddenly, a thick black gas appeared from the body of the spiritual sword in front of him, and a huge amount of demonic aura dispersed bit by bit. Bit by bit, the soul imprints that seemed real and illusory appeared one by one on the sword. Faces also appeared, but they were all illusory. They had weakened to a certain extent, and were about to completely disappear, and looked like they would not survive for long. Looking at their faces, it was the 13 demons beside the white-clothed crown prince in the image just now. It was also them that the moment the sword flew out of the white-clothed crown prince's hand, their bodies suddenly collapsed and merged into the sword. But at this moment, they were all like candles in the wind, and their souls were so weak that they would be extinguished with a touch. One of them sighed and said, "Too weak, really too weak, and will not be able to continue. Perform the soul combustion fusion, we have to send the message out." "Okay, then let's perform the soul combustion fusion. North and South 13 stars, burn your souls immediately, and gather Dubhi." That weak soul gave the order. Then, the soul that gave the order and the other 11 did not have any objections. At the same time, their souls burned, and instantly turned into spots of light, which turned into pure energy and merged into the last soul body that looked stronger. "Dubhi, the crown prince is yours. You must." Before he finished speaking, the light spots had already merged into the soul. They didn't even have the time to look at each other, nor did they see what kind of environment they were in. This was because too much time had passed, and they were too weak. If there was even a slight delay, it would really be difficult for them to continue, and even this last glimmer of hope would be lost. The last surviving soul had a sorrowful expression on its face, but its body and face were clearly clearer than before. Only then did his eyes focus on Swishaudwa's face. He asked, "Who are you? Where is the demon master? Where is my lord?" Swishaudwa was dumbfounded. What? What demon master?" Tian Shu was stunned. Looking at Swishaudwa, despair slowly crept onto his face. You're a human. You're a human. But why would a human appear in the territory of our demon race?" Swishaudwa looked aggrieved. "How would I know? You demons have disappeared from this continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Disappeared for more than 100,000 years. Tian Shu was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. More than 100,000 years. Is it really more than 100,000 years? Tian Shu murmured. His originally illusory body started to sway even more. All of them were already seriously injured. Later on, they used the method of completely burning their souls to attach themselves to the swords as a precaution. However, halfway through, they really encountered an interception. Even though they desperately erupted with all their soul strength and barely managed to prevent their swords from being intercepted, from that moment on, they were already like lamps that had run out of oil. After going through the mountain, they attached themselves to the sword and completely fell into a deep sleep, waiting for someone to wake them up with their divine souls. However, over the long years, they were slowly worn down. Finally, today, when the sword fell into Swishaudwa's hands, the 13 souls were on the verge of collapse. "We know. Perhaps it's been a long time. But we didn't expect. More than 100,000 years have passed." Tian Shu's illusory body shook. "The demons have disappeared for so long. What happened? Where is His Majesty Dong Huang? His Majesty the Demon King? Where are they?" Faced with these questions, Swishaudwa could only shake his head. He really didn't know, and he didn't know how to answer. He really didn't know anything. Tian Shu heaved a long sigh, extremely disappointed. But now, there was no other choice. He said painfully, "In that case, it's you." "Me? Me what?" Swishaudwa was stunned. "What can I do with my insignificant cultivation?" "You go in and save our crown prince." Tian Shu stared at Swishaudwa, commanding him in a condescending manner. Swishaudwa was stunned. No, how can I go in? What's my cultivation? That's a chaotic space. Under the heavenly way, only the strongest can enter. How can I go in? Not to mention, I have the heavenly way's luck. If I go in, I'll be torn apart. Besides, it's been more than 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Your crown prince is probably long gone. Then you'll die in there. Tian Shu's power was already dissipating. He knew that even though his brothers had merged all their remaining power into his body, there was still not much room left. He didn't have much time left. If you have a chance to come out, remember the direction where the sword flew out. Please, if you die, I'm sorry. Don't. Think about it again. Look, there are so many demons on the mountain. They're all very powerful demons. Xiao Duo instinctively felt that something was wrong. He desperately wanted to shift the blame. Look at the golden eagle. That horn. It's very powerful, even more powerful than me. And it's a demon. But Tian Shu ignored him. At this moment, there was no time and no interest in talking nonsense with him. As for those demons. Humph. How can they be called demons when they don't even have spiritual intelligence? Anyway, it's you. All of a sudden, Sky Pivot's soul began to expand rapidly, transforming into a towering giant. At this moment, he used all the energy that his brothers had passed on to him. He grabbed the strange spiritual sword and stabbed Xiaoduo's finger with the tip of the sword. Xiaoduo only felt that his blood was crazily rushing into the sword as if it was being pumped by a pump. No. Xiaoduo begged, this will suck me dry. This is too fierce. Being grabbed by Sky Pivot's soul, Xiaoduo didn't have any strength to resist at all. He felt like a little chick being grabbed by an adult golden eagle. His whole body was in pain. You. Be gentler. Pain. Ow wow. Tian Shu suddenly exclaimed and grabbed Xiaoduo's clothes on his chest. When he saw the multicolored stone inside, his eyes shone brightly. It's the heaven-mending stone of Empress Hua. No wonder. Huang's sword, heaven-mending stone. This is fate. It's destined. It's supposed to be you. It's supposed to be you. At this moment, Tian Shu's eyes were full of joy. Although he wasn't sure, the heaven-mending stone of Empress Hua and the Huang sword suddenly appeared at the same time. This was a kind of omen. This greatly boosted Tian Shu's confidence. Xiaoduo's blood kept flowing into the long sword, and the heaven-mending stone kept providing him with vitality. He didn't need to worry about dying from blood loss. Finally, the long sword stopped absorbing. The sword flashed and shone brightly. Xiaoduo found that his right hand was firmly holding the sword. Tian Shu shouted and his whole body exploded instantly, turning into a whirlwind. He really couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, his soul power could only passively dissipate. Go. Your Highness, I wish you peace. Boy, if you don't want to die, use all your strength to cooperate. Otherwise, you will die in the heavenly law space turbulence. Use all your strength. Use all your strength. Swing the sword. Go. The last bit of his soul power turned into a black whirlwind, rolling up the long sword and Xiaoduo as it soared up into the sky. Its target was the small opening that the sword of Empress Hua had made. At this moment, Xiaoduo could only passively cooperate. He unleashed all of his strength and fiercely swung his sword. He had to cooperate. That Tian Shu was obviously a lunatic who was about to die. He was in his prime. He didn't want to die. At this moment, Xiaoduo really didn't have any other ideas. He could only fight for it. Because even if he didn't fight for it, this guy would still use him to fight for it. He would still throw him in. If he died in there because he didn't cooperate, Xiaoduo wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. He had to work hard. The sword light rushed to the sky, followed by the lingering black gas. After Xiaoduo and his sword merged into the black light, Tian Shu had completely disappeared. Only the last of his pure strength was left. He carried Sua Xiaoduo and drove the Huahuang sword straight to the sky. Sua Xiaoduo only felt that his current speed had already surpassed the highest speed that he had ever been able to display. It was even faster than the highest speed that he had ever seen. Although he had never seen the speed of a rocket. But Sua Xiaoduo estimated that he was now many times faster than the so-called rocket. It could be seen from one point. As soon as he took off, all his clothes were completely torn apart by the high-altitude hurricane. His entire body was naked and clean as he rushed straight up into the sky. Initially, he wanted to tease him by saying, "That's awesome." But now, his second brother felt as if he was being madly dragged down by someone. Although he was in the sky, that feeling was really not wonderful. It was really hard to describe with words. It turns out that my second brother is actually a burden when he is too fast. Sua Xiaoduo thought to himself. For his second brother's safety, Sua Xiaoduo immediately performed the shrinking manhood technique to protect his second brother tightly. Sure enough, there was no longer the feeling of being dragged down. The strong pulling feeling also disappeared, and the flight was extraordinarily smooth. Sua Xiaoduo suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I was wondering why girls are stronger than boys when it comes to Qigong. Now I finally found the reason. I've solved an eternal mystery. Chapter 808. The speed was getting faster and faster. Sua Xiaoduo's hair was crazily rushing backward and was even pulled out strand by strand at a high speed. The hair on his forehead and the top of his head were gone once again. Only the hair behind his ears and the back of his head were left. Master Sua now looked like a balding middle-aged web literature god, Yueguan, not Ryuguan. The top of his head was bald, and there was a circle of hair below. He was filled with the aura of a hooligan. In short, he was a hooligan. He stood out from the crowd and could do what others couldn't. With a light swoosh, the black beam that carried Sua Xiaoduo plunged into the hole created by the sword of Empress Enrich years ago, flying back along the same path as before. When it drilled into the hole, its path was slightly twisted. It flew past a green vine that covered the sky and earth. After a slight turn, it returned to its original path. It meant that the flight path of Sword of Emperor Enrich was exactly the same as the one when it was disturbed by someone when it came out of this place. At this moment, the black light on the sword was almost undetectable. It finally dissipated completely. A sigh drifted in the wind. Tell the Crown Prince to be careful of the West. The sky pivot that he had waited for hundreds of thousands of years finally disappeared completely. There was no trace of it. He had wanted to see the Crown Prince one last time with his last bit of soul. However, he couldn't even fulfill this wish. The last voice was neither sad nor happy. There was only a hint of regret. Sua Xiaoduo's momentum was still there. He was still rushing forward like a rocket. Finally, he reached a certain space. With a bang, the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Sua Xiaoduo's body rolled out. With a bang, he crashed into a stone pillar made of an unknown material. With a bang, a 3-centimeter-long bump appeared on his forehead. Sua Xiaoduo turned into a unicorn in an instant. If there were any acquaintances nearby, they would definitely give him a new nickname. Unicorn Dog. Oh. Sua Xiaoduo held his forehead. It was so painful that tears welled up in his eyes. When his soul calmed down and he turned around, he saw that this place was a desolate place. There was nothing but desolation in front and behind him. There were a few sparkling white bones to his left. Those were the bones left behind by the demon clan in the past. Those bones were sparkling and translucent. Even though so many years had passed, the body of the Almighty back then had already been cultivated to an indestructible state. Even after so many years in the chaotic space of Heaven's Way, their last traces were still not erased. Sui Xiao Duo subconsciously reached out and took out a shiny white bone. Feeling the soaring demonic qi contained within it, he couldn't help but sigh. Hundreds of thousands of years. If they were ordinary bones, they would have rotted in a few years. However, the bones of these experts were still so tough even after hundreds of thousands of years. They could even be used as weapons. Demonic qi soared into the sky, enough to annihilate all living things. They were dead after all. As for what Sui Xiao Duo saw, the place where the white-robed demon clan crown prince had been sitting had been blown into a big, smooth rock by the strong wind. When he touched it, he even felt that it was too slippery to hold back. Spiritual qi was overflowing in all directions. Looking at this rock, he seemed to see the white-robed crown prince again. He waved his sword and broke open the chaotic space. The rock was still there. But the white-robed youth was nowhere to be seen. It seems to be something good. Sui Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. He didn't care about the demon clan crown prince at all. Whether he did or didn't, he never took it to heart. He just saw this rock. In this place, even if it was a rock, something that hadn't been destroyed after hundreds of thousands of years in the chaotic space was an incredible treasure. Sui Xiao Duo simply collected the rock and the bones left behind by the demon clan and put them all into his space ring. Even the stone that almost smashed his head when he first came in was put away without any trace of politeness. These are all good things. If possible, I really want to collect the air and wind in this space. Unfortunately, I can't do that. As for finding and saving the white-robed demon clan crown prince, Sui Xiao Duo didn't have any hope at all. Not to mention that the demon clan crown prince in the image was already seriously injured. After hundreds of thousands of years, how could he still be alive? What if it was a joke? The reason why the great demon was so insistent was probably because he wanted to complete his last mission. But since you sent me to this relatively safe space, I won't waste your kindness and loyalty. I'll do my best to collect as many things as I can before I leave. Is the ground under my feet made of dirt? I wonder what kind of dirt it is. Sui Xiao Duo thought, if it's useless, I can throw it away when I get out. But if it's useful, I won't be able to come back in the future. So he took out the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel and shoveled it into the ground. With a bang, Sui Xiao Duo was rebounded by the force of the shovel. The heavenly witchcraft copper shovel that he had used to dig countless times was almost broken. Fuck, is it so hard? Sui Xiao Duo squatted down to examine it carefully. The ground under his feet was neither gold nor jade. It was a strange texture that he had never seen before. Sui Xiao Duo was excited. He took out the Huahuang sword that he had just obtained. He filled the sword with his primordial qi and slashed it down. Instantly, a big hole was made. It could be dug with this thing. Sui Xiao Duo was overjoyed to see this. He dug down in one breath and threw large chunks of wondrous creatures into the void-extinguishing pagoda. However, after digging down for about 70 to 80 feet, there were only ordinary soil and stones below. Sui Xiao Duo was more and more certain that this object was not ordinary. He continued to dig, sweating profusely. He dug up hundreds of square meters in a row. Of course, each of these hundreds of square meters was more than 10 square meters. When Sui Xiao Duo wanted to dig more, he realized that the Huahuang sword was not cooperating. It was humming loudly, full of grievance. What the hell is this thing? You're using me to dig. Do you have any moral integrity or respect? I'm being resisted. Thinking that he would have to use this sword to fly out later, Duo did not dare to lose his temper. I'll deal with you when I get out. I'll deal with you when I need you today. The Wang sword flew lightly in the air and quietly landed about 1,000 meters away, in the middle of a few big rocks that were neither gold nor jade. On this side, the chaotic storm unique to this place was already very strong. Duo walked over carefully. He could not help but be amused after carefully identifying them. He said, "There are so many here. What kind of rocks are these? How can they be so hard? Even after being tempered by storms for so many years, they are not weathered. How annoying. Take them away." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He collected the 5 big rocks into the Tower of Annihilation. The Wang sword hummed loudly. "It's all because of that Western bastard's finger that intercepted me halfway. I haven't recovered yet and can't communicate with this guy. And this guy with a low cultivation level can't resonate with me because his cultivation level is not high enough. It's really troublesome. Did I ask you to collect these eternal starry sky stones? I asked you to look at something else, okay?" After Duo collected the 5 rocks, he realized that the bottom of the rocks seemed to be much softer than other places. Between the 5 rocks, it seemed to be very different from other places. It was as if an eagle on a cliff had made a simple nest. Duo's mind raced. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. "Is there something good here?" Duo came to this place by chance. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach. He could not wait to remove all the air here. How could he let go of such an opportunity? He immediately started digging. Since the sword was not allowed to be used for work, and the texture of this place felt soft, he might as well use the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel to try. As a result, he used the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel to test the water. It dug down 3 feet. So soft. Duo was shocked. He continued digging with the shovel and turned it over. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. He dug out 6 eggs with one shovel. 6 eggs the size of goose eggs. Duo was even more surprised. How could there be eggs laid by animals in this place? And they were hidden so well. What kind of explanation is this? Could it be the eggs of a divine beast? The more Duo thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He carefully picked up the eggs and made a nest with the soft cotton cloth. He then merged them into the space-destroying tower as if he was serving his great-grandmother. "I hope these are the eggs of a divine beast." Duo swallowed his saliva. "1 for Dad, 1 for Mom, 2 for Nyen Nyen and the cat, and 2 for me. In the future, when our family goes out, we will all have divine beasts following us." Wahahaha. 6. 6 divine beast eggs. They must be divine beasts. Duo was a little nervous. Duo had his own considerations. How could ordinary demonic beasts come to such a dangerous place? They would die before they could even get close. To be able to survive in this place and even lay eggs. How could they be ordinary? If that's the case, what kind of eggs could they be? Divine eggs. Wahahaha. After putting away the 6 eggs, Duo's cautious heart rose again as he planned to retreat. After all, since the divine beast had laid eggs here, how could he just leave it be? With his small arms and legs, if the divine beast came back, he would probably be blown to death by a breath. "Please don't come back, please don't come back." As he muttered, he held the Wang sword and looked around vigilantly. In front of him, there seemed to be a green leaf swaying. Duo carefully took a step in that direction. When he reached the edge of the open space, He took out the thigh bone of a demonic beast from the space ring and stretched it out with trembling hands. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, and the hard thigh bone of the demonic beast was instantly turned into powder. Fuck. Swa Xiao Duo shuddered. Chapter 809. This was simply too fucking dangerous. The first half of the bone club in his hand had turned into powder, and the remaining half was still slowly melting. With a bang, Swa Xiao Duo threw it on the ground. His whole body was cold, and his face was pale. This is too dangerous. This is too dangerous. The power of this wind was actually so terrifying. Walking back along the path, except for this open space, no matter which direction he went, he was surrounded by the wind of destruction. There was no escape. No matter which direction he went, a gust of wind would blow over and incinerate everything in an instant. After a few probing attempts, Swa Xiao Duo was in despair. There was clearly a sparkling green plant over there. Furthermore, it was swaying with flowers blooming on it. It was swaying just like that. How could there be anything ordinary growing in such a place? It was clear that he could get it if he walked another 10 meters, but because of the wind of destruction, he couldn't go any further. And on the other side, there was only one big leaf. What the hell was that? But that big leaf was swaying back and forth in the wind of destruction, as if it was wandering in the breeze. If he could get it, he might be able to avoid the threat of the wind of destruction. For this big leaf, Swa Xiao Duo lost a good weapon. It was the best weapon among the spoils of war. Although it was not as good as the cat spirit sword, it was still a good weapon. Swa Xiao Duo used all his strength and threw it out with the hidden weapon whirlpool technique, hoping to use the whirlpool to bring back the big leaf. In the end, that treasured saber, which could be called a divine weapon, turned into pieces of iron before it reached its target, and became dust in the sky. This won't work. This wind of destruction is too overbearing. Swa Xiao Duo was extremely depressed. Did I come in this time just to move these few stones? No, it was not a matter of a few stones now. Because after Swa Xiao Duo took away all the stones, he probed a few times. The safe space where he was standing seemed to be gradually becoming unsafe. The destructive wind in the surroundings actually began to compress towards the center. Furthermore, as time passed, the rate at which this safe zone was being nibbled away grew faster and faster. The reason why he was safe was because of the eternal stones around him. Now, the eternal stones were taken away by Swa Xiao Duo. It's absolutely impossible to put the stone back. It was impossible for Swa Xiao Duo to give away something that was already in his hands. Swa Xiao Duo would never believe that the stone, which had been safe and sound in the wind of destruction for hundreds of thousands of years or even longer, was not a treasure. Since it's a treasure, it's mine now that it's in my hands. There were so many treasures around him, but he couldn't get a single one of them. After realizing this, Swa Xiao Duo held the thin sword sadly and prepared to go back the way he came. As for saving the crown prince, how could there be a crown prince in this place? It's not that I don't want to save him, but your crown prince has already disappeared. I didn't see him when I came in. You can't blame me for this, right? What? Look around. Why don't you try looking everywhere? Swa Xiao Duo was actually not confident at all about whether he could go back the way he came. However, this did not prevent him from wantonly plundering the land first. Since he came in and was forcefully thrown in, since he couldn't resist, of course he had to enjoy himself in this environment where he couldn't resist. He would take whatever he could get. He would take whatever he could get. If he was unlucky and died, then so be it. He wouldn't say that he once had it or something like that. But what if he went back alive? Then it would be an opportunity for him, and he would make a fortune. Swa Xiao Duo was very open-minded about this. In fact, he had thought about it since a long time ago. Although he was very afraid of death and cherished his life, he only had one thought every time he was in such a dangerous situation, and that was to do his best. If he failed, then it was fate. If he made it out, then it was luck. He kept walking along the way. Xiaoduo was trembling with fear. He was really 10,000% cautious. He was still naked and had no intention of putting on clothes. He was the only one in this realm. How could he put on clothes for others to see? Of course, another more important factor was that once he put on clothes, his sleeves would flutter. Along with the wind, the fluttering of his clothes might cause him to deviate. If he deviated even a little bit, half of his body might be gone. In such an environment, Xiaoduo had no choice but to be magnanimous to the end. Following the narrow path that the thin sword took, Xiaoduo leaned sideways and sucked in his stomach. His whole body was flat as he walked forward. As for flying out on the sword, Xiaoduo didn't even dare to think about it. He really didn't dare to take even a single step along the way. Even if he saw spiritual materials and elixirs that were within reach, he didn't dare to act rashly. I didn't see it. Xiaoduo walked forward cautiously, but he felt the pain of his heart being torn apart. It was too unbearable. The feeling of entering a mountain of treasures and returning empty-handed made Xiaoduo feel like his heart was being torn apart and his liver and guts were being torn apart. Who did I, Xiaoduo, offend? Why did I have to suffer such inhumane torture? Xiaoduo looked at the heaven and earth treasures that were swaying in the wind of destruction around him. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. How many top-grade heaven and earth treasures have I missed on this trip? These were truly top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures. His heart was twitching and hurting. I'm not a stingy person, I'm not a greedy person, but why does my heart hurt so much? Finally, after walking for a few thousand meters, the passage still hadn't disappeared. It was still there. It was fine as long as it was still there. Xiaoduo let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he took that sigh again. It was okay to let out a sigh of relief and rest for a while, but he couldn't let it go just like that. So, he had to take it again immediately. This was a matter of life and death. Even though I, Xiaoduo, have always viewed life and death as trivial matters, this was still my life. If he didn't care, it would be someone else's life. At this moment, there was an inexplicable tremor in the air. It came very suddenly and without any warning. The wind of destruction suddenly blew wildly. In front of Xiaoduo and behind him, everything was a blur. Xiaoduo instinctively lowered his body and curled up into a ball. He didn't move at all, trying his best to reduce his presence. A red light and a white light shot up into the sky. Xiaoduo squatted on the ground and watched in shock. In the distance, the red light shot up like a volcanic eruption. That was the ultimate yang energy, as if hundreds of thousands of fiery suns were erupting at the same time. Xiaoduo instantly became anxious. If this energy was given to me, I would be able to cultivate the Flaming Sun Sutra to the peak. It was too pure, too awesome. On the other side, there was a white light that froze the world. It was filled with extreme coldness. Ice and fire clashed fiercely in the air. One after another, firebirds wailed and fell. One after another, ice birds wailed and fell as well. I really want to go over and pick them up. Xiaoduo was extremely envious. He could feel that the energy contained in each of the falling firebirds was much more than the heart of the ardent sun. Although he didn't know what level those ice birds were, they were definitely very useful to Nian Cat. That it was a pity that they were trapped here and couldn't go over. Xiaoduo's eyes were swollen. While the battle was still going on, the other side suddenly erupted with a rumble. In the air, the 12 golden lotuses and the 12 black lotuses started fighting again. Bolts of lightning flashed from north to south, east to west. As the two lotuses started fighting again, the entire chaotic space of the heavenly axiom fell into a trembling atmosphere. Rumble, rumble. Countless bolts of lightning whizzed past Swaxiaoduo's head, front, and back. They were like long swords that could split the world. Swaxiaoduo curled up and didn't dare to move. Come on, I won't move anyway. I firmly believe that this route is safe. What can you do to me? Swaxiaoduo could of course hide in the Tower of Annihilation now. But Swaxiaoduo wouldn't go in no matter what. I've already gained nothing. How can I let go of this opportunity? Why was it called an opportunity? Because after the golden and black lotuses fought, they would scatter golden or black light spots. The golden and black light spots that appeared in the outside world were few and far between. And now, Swaxiaoduo was in the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom, watching the two lotuses fight at close range. The light spots were scattered all over the sky and earth. Swaxiaoduo felt that even if he didn't move, he would still be able to touch a few, 3, 5, or even 10 or 8 light spots, right? As long as he could touch a little bit, it would be a great benefit. So, how could he hide at this time? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lightning flashed in front of and behind him. Each bolt was 100 meters long. Swaxiaoduo trembled in the cracks. I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe. At this moment, golden and black spots of light began to fall from the sky. Swaxiaoduo watched helplessly. As it landed. Fall quickly. Fall on me. And at this moment, another bolt of lightning came at him at the fastest speed. This one was much closer than the previous one. It swept past Swaxiaoduo's buttocks. Ow! Swaxiaoduo screamed. Half of his perky buttocks were cut off. What the hell? Swaxiaoduo gritted his teeth in pain. No. My buttocks are too perky. This. I really envy those people with flat buttocks. Damn it, it hurts. The heaven-mending stone instantly took effect and healed him. Swaxiaoduo didn't dare to be negligent. He operated his spiritual power and separated the skin and flesh of his buttocks as far as possible to make them flat. And in this way, he was really fine. Only his buttocks were cold and no longer covered. There shouldn't be any snakes here. Swaxiaoduo wanted to reach out and cover it, but he didn't dare to. Maybe if he reached out, his hand would be cut off. He could only endure it like this. Forget it, I admit it. Fortunately, the penis entered my abdomen. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to control my thoughts of missing Miss Cat. At this time, if second brother got hard for no reason, wouldn't I lose more than 20 centimeters? Swaxiaoduo was very grateful for his foresight. Chapter 8:10. Golden light flickered and black light flickered. The golden light spots and black light spots in the sky finally fell. Under Swaxiaoduo's expectant gaze, 2 drops of golden light fell on his bald scalp, as expected and as expected. Then, waves of spiritual energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed into his meridians and dantian. In an instant, Swaxiaoduo felt like he was about to explode. There were still light spots falling around him, but Swaxiaoduo did not dare to absorb any more. He immediately entered the interior of the Tower of Annihilation and took out the 3 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls. He quickly placed them in front and behind him. What if the golden light spots fell on the jade of astral souls and had other effects? Swaxiaoduo had already entered the Tower of Annihilation and started to cultivate and compress his real vitality. The spiritual energy supplied by the 2 golden light spots was like a tide. It was so pure that it made one's hair stand on end. It rushed into his dantian and was instantly filled to the brim. Sua Xiaoduo had been swinging a sledgehammer in his dantian since the beginning. I smash. I smash. I smash, smash, smash. Just the 2 drops of golden light spots had allowed Sua Xiaoduo to compress his dantian 7 times. There was still some left for him to compress his dantian for the 8th time, the 9th time. All the way to the 15th time. Only then did they quietly lay dormant in Sua Xiaoduo's body. Sua Xiaoduo was not surprised by this. Demonic beasts of the Demon King level or higher would instantly double in size when they came into contact with the golden light spots. Their cultivation realm strength would also increase tremendously. It was reasonable that Sua Xiaoduo could use this power to suppress his cultivation to such a level. Of course, Sua Xiaoduo himself still felt that this was commendable and admirable. It was mainly due to his perseverance. Sua Xiaoduo carefully slipped out of the Tower of Annihilation. The first thing he did was to look for the few pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls that he had previously placed. Looking around, he saw that 2 of the 3 pieces of supreme-grade star soul jade that he had placed down were missing. The remaining piece was placed on the ground, and there were 4 drops of golden light on it, shining brightly. I'm rich. Sua Xiaoduo immediately put the remaining supreme-grade jade of astral souls into his spatial ring. Then, he followed in to take a look. He saw that the golden light spot was still on the supreme-grade astral soul's jade. There was nothing wrong with it. Only then did he feel relieved and continue forward. This trip was not in vain, this trip was not in vain. Sua Xiaoduo looked at the chaotic space that had calmed down again. Ahem, the so-called calming down again only meant that the 2 lotuses were no longer fighting each other. The other dangers were still there, not much less. Regarding this, Sua Xiaoduo felt somewhat regretful. Those 2 lotuses should be supreme-grade spiritual items of the sovereign level. If only these 2 lotuses could be taken by me. However, why did the other 2 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls disappear? Only 1 piece was left. Logically speaking, the place where he stood should not be attacked by the wind of destruction or lightning. This was confirmed by the remaining piece. Then, why did the other 2 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls disappear? Sua Xiaoduo thought about it and felt that there was only one possibility. The golden light spot and the black light spot could not coexist. The piece that was left behind only had the golden light spot, so it was left behind. As for the other 2 pieces, both types of light spots must have dripped onto them. The 2 types of energy could not coexist, so they were destroyed. What a pity. As he thought about it, he continued to move forward. Sua Xiaoduo felt that his current speed was already the fastest he could move in this situation. However, after walking for more than a day, he still had not made it out. Come on, don't slack off. You must be careful, careful, and even more careful. I've already walked more than half of the journey. Don't suddenly relax and regret the rest of the journey. The more you walk, the more you walk. You must remember this. After continuously preparing himself mentally, Sua Xiaoduo became more and more alert. The air was still turbulent. All sorts of spiritual creatures were fighting, and all sorts of auras were fighting. Occasionally, small mountains would fly here and there. Rumbling sounds could be heard as countless landforms changed and were destroyed in an instant. However, countless new landforms were being built and stabilized in an instant. There were faint roars in the distance, but he did not know what it was. A green light suddenly shrouded the sky and immediately disappeared. Yellow light, white light, and blue light flickered continuously. Sua Xiaoduo felt that he was 10 million times more colorful than when he was walking on the night of the Lantern Festival. With such an experience, I can definitely brag about it for the rest of my life. Sua Xiaoduo felt inexplicably proud. Even if the Flood Witch, who was known to be invincible, came here, would he be able to escape unscathed? I reckon that he would be cut into pieces. Only I, Master Sua, can walk through danger with ease, walk on the line between life and death, wander at the gate of hell, with the demeanor of a gentleman. Although I'm not wearing clothes, although I'm naked, although I'm handsome, my heart is free, my mind is strong, my spirit is proud. Whether a person's heart is strong or not has nothing to do with whether he's naked or not. Sua Xiaoduo moved forward carefully and proudly. His actions were careful, his heart was proud, and his thoughts were proud. Finally, he saw the green vine at the very beginning of the entrance. At this moment, Sua Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with tears. I'm going to go out now. I'm not going to come in again. Whoever wants to come in can come in. Bless you. He was finally going to go out. Sua Xiaoduo was excited, but his actions became more and more cautious. He knew very well that the last part of a journey was 90% complete. Looking at the green vine from the corner of his eye, he turned sideways and walked carefully along the path for a full 3 hours. Finally, he came to the left of the vine. On the left of the vine, he could already see the triangular shaped gap created by the Huahuang sword, which was dozens of meters away. There, it's there. As long as he rushed out from there, he could get out and truly escape from this forbidden death zone. It was only at this moment that Sua Xiaoduo could finally put his heart back into his stomach. This trip was really too dangerous. It could easily lead to a fatal disaster, and his life was in danger. After coming in, there was almost no gain. It was a big loss. He was so worried. During this period of time, a total of 4 days had passed, right? A full 4 days. In the outside world, even if he didn't go out to train or search for heaven and earth treasures, he could still cultivate for almost a year just by going into the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. How many fortuitous encounters, spiritual materials, and spiritual herbs would he lose? This wasn't the most infuriating thing. It wasn't that there weren't any heaven and earth treasures here. On the contrary, there were heaven and earth treasures everywhere, and all of them were of the highest quality. What was the use of seeing them but not being able to get them? It was even more infuriating than not having any at all. Sua Xiaoduo was full of remorse. He felt that he had suffered so much that he was about to cry. Tell me, what did I get? All I got was a broken sword, a few broken stones, some land, and a few eggs that I don't even know if they'll hatch. What's the difference between this and nothing? If it weren't for the few light spots at the end, which could be considered as a small gain, I would have gone in naked and come out naked. No, my butt was even fucked once. That was double damage to my soul and body. I'm quite perky on the 15th of August. At this moment, the Huahuang sword in his hand suddenly vibrated. The sudden vibration almost made Sua Xiaoduo lose control. If it weren't for the fact that this kid used his blood essence to establish a half-owned mode, would have cut him in half. Broken sword. Who are you talking about? Also, of the things you obtained, apart from the last few light spots that were dispensable trash, which one of them wasn't a good thing? Why don't you say that you're an ordinary person with shallow knowledge who can't see gold and jade and have no knowledge at all? Fuck, I'm about to explode because of this bastard. Who's his father? Damn it, I probably don't know him. Who's his ancestor? Why are you shaking? Do you know what kind of place this is? Sua Xiaoduo grabbed the hilt of the sword and said in surprise, I'm different from you, who looks slender but is actually dead heavy. I'm about to go out, but I'm not even excited yet. Why are you so excited about a sword? Don't you know that the last few steps are the most dangerous? If something happens to me at the last moment, you'll be buried with me. I'm not excited. I'm angry. I really don't know what to say these days. I even lost my patience with a sword. Fortunately, I still have it. Sua Xiaoduo grabbed the sword and threatened, "Don't shake. I know that your sword is strange and has spirituality, but you've already swallowed my blood, so you're mine now. You're not being honest. Why don't you try shaking again? If you shake again, I'll piss on you." The Huahuang sword shook violently and then stopped moving. It was like a person who was extremely angry and suddenly fainted that I'm about to explode from anger. If I had lungs. However, the lungless Huahuang sword really didn't dare to move. Although they hadn't known each other for long, the Huahuang sword had already seen through this kid's temper. This kid was a mischievous person who would rather die than be taken advantage of. Moreover, his character was so weird and despicable that it made people want to beat him to death. This kind of despicable person. I've only seen two in my life. The Huahuang sword thought to himself. And that one more time, he was more or less dignified. He wasn't as despicable as the one in front of me. This kind of guy was a man of his words. If he were to shake again, not to mention being peed on by this brat, even if he were to be peed on, it wouldn't be surprising at all if he were to be peed on. The Huahuang sword became obedient. Sua Xiaoduo naturally became more and more proud of himself. I can even subdue such a strange sword. Who else? Who else? Sua Xiaoduo carefully walked out. When he reached the other side, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the wind of destruction was much weaker than before. Moreover, the huge vine had blocked more of the wind of destruction. Basically, it wasn't much of a hindrance. After confirming this, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. For a moment, Sua Xiaoduo only felt relaxed and happy. He held the bone stick and stretched it around to make sure that the bone hadn't been cut or incinerated. That meant that he was really safe. Since this place was safe, Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but have more thoughts. Looking at the huge vine in front of him, Sua Xiaoduo felt that it must be something good. Just the vine alone was already as thick as a tree that required several people to wrap their arms around. If this thing could be moved out, it must be worth a lot of money, right? Sua Xiaoduo stroked the vine with a greedy look on his face. The vine in front of him was not only thick, but it also extended to an unknown place. The top of his head was full of lush branches and leaves, and he estimated that it had entered the chaotic thunderclouds. He didn't know how far it went or how high it was. Sua Xiaoduo was intoxicated. His hands were soft and gentle as he stroked it gently. He was indescribably fond of it. If he remembered correctly, there was a small gourd at the very top. If that doesn't work, you can give me the small gourd. The Huahuang sword couldn't help but tremble in his hand again. Are you kidding me? You actually want to touch this? This thing only needs to tremble a little and you will fly to God knows where. It will directly throw you into the depths of the chaotic sea and turn you into ashes. It will only take a thought. It's an extremely ordinary thing. We are about to get out. Don't you dare court death. Don't you know that you are halfway through a journey? This was really the last time it trembled. Didn't you say that just now? It's your business if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. If I die with you, I won't be able to face anyone. Sua Xiaoduo shook the huge vine with force, trying to test it. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It didn't move at all. The exit was right in front of him. Sua Xiaoduo turned to look at the exit, then turned to look at the huge vine in front of him. He really couldn't bear to part with it. His eyes were full of desire and anticipation. Since I am already here, you should at least give me something, right? Swa Xiao Duo muttered to the vine. He really couldn't take it lying down now. It wasn't easy for me to come here. You said it was a coincidence, but where is the opportunity? Do I really have to go back empty-handed? This really doesn't make sense. It's too embarrassing. Since Master Zhua started his cultivation journey, he had never been so embarrassed. There was such a vine right at the entrance. If he let it go, it would be inexcusable, no matter how he looked at it, and no matter how he looked at it, it wouldn't make sense. Even if it gave him a leaf, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. It could be considered a chance. Stroking the thick green vine, Swa Xiaoduo's face was full of melancholy. He couldn't move it, he couldn't shake it, and he didn't dare to jump on it. He was afraid that if he jumped on it, he would be blown away by the wind of destruction. Damn, this vine was a treasure that was not afraid of the wind of destruction. The more he thought about it, the more precious it was and the more reluctant he was to let it go. It wasn't easy for him to get here. The treasure tree was right in front of him, but he had to let it go. What should he do? Even the wind of destruction couldn't do anything to this vine. What could he do with his small arms and legs? High up in the sky, a green vine quietly bent back. On it, two small gourds, one white and one black, were quietly hiding in the wind of destruction. They seemed to have eyes and were looking at Swa Xiaoduo with great interest. The two small gourds were twining around each other. They seemed to be very curious, circling back and forth. Swa Xiaoduo's eyes kept rolling. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He held the Huahuang sword in his hand and waved it at the vine. At the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Let's try one last time. Let's see if the Huahuang sword can do anything to this vine. If the Huahuang sword can peel off the skin of this vine, maybe I can take a bottle of tree sap with me. Swa Xiaoduo was really determined. If it doesn't work, I'll take the tree sap with me. No matter what, I have to take something with me. Otherwise, I'll suffer a loss. And with this move, an accident occurred. The mottled bark of the huge vine suddenly burst open like ripples on water. On the vine in front of Swa Xiaoduo, an old face appeared. Looking at Swa Xiaoduo speechlessly, he sighed and said, "My young friend, I've already let you go. I even helped you block the wind of destruction. Why do you still want to peel off my skin? People should know how to repay kindness." Swa Xiaoduo looked at the old face that suddenly appeared with a shocked expression. A face had actually grown out of a vine, and it could even speak. Furthermore, it could speak with such perfect articulation. This was really, who would believe it? You are a monster. Swa Xiaoduo was shocked. He couldn't help but hold the Huahuang sword tightly. Oh my God! The vine spoke. The Huahuang sword was completely speechless. Yes, this guy was a monster, but he was definitely a good monster. He was the kindest monster. He had only suffered losses in his life. He had never taken advantage of anyone. He had never killed anyone in his life. He had never hurt anyone. He was also a monster who was always kind to others. I can also be considered a monster. The old face was very kind. He laughed and said, "My young friend, you're still able to enter the chaotic space at such a clear time. It's not just an opportunity. It's really a great blessing." Swa Xiaoduo was speechless. It's really a chance encounter. However, I really don't feel any great blessing. I've gained nothing this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried to take advantage of you at the last moment. Ah, you're a magnanimous man. Swa Xiaoduo was very smart. At first glance, He knew that this old guy was a super existence that he couldn't afford to offend. However, this old man was also very kind. He immediately began to act pitiful. He changed his tone and no longer asked for the tree sap. I'm not a magnanimous man. But you said that you gained nothing. The old man's eyes looked at the Huang sword. This sword is already in your hands. You're telling me that you gained nothing. How else do you want to gain it? Old man, you've been here for so many years. You must be very lonely with no one to accompany you. Look at your wrinkled face. Sua Xiaoduo sighed. You've been alone for so many years. No one talked to you. You must be very lonely. If it were me, it wouldn't take many years. As long as no one talked to me for 3 to 5 days, would be lonely and worried. I would have to find ways to contact someone. The old man's mouth twitched. I don't feel lonely. It's good to be alone. Why do I have to worry? What's all this about? What are you trying to say, kid? Do you want to go out and play with me? The outside world is really wonderful, Sua Xiaoduo tempted. The outside world is really wonderful. However, there are also many dangers. The old man said with some melancholy. At this moment, the old man's face showed infinite recollection and vicissitudes of life. Thinking back on that mountain. Sigh, there were so many old friends. Unfortunately, they only wanted things. They didn't want to stay and chat with me. Although I couldn't speak at that time, I had already opened my spiritual sense. It was the time when I was the loneliest and most eager to be recognized by others. However, no one cared about me. Now that so many years have passed, I've already gotten used to it. However, such a little guy came and chatted with me. A vine. This encounter is really. Then, a pair of eyes full of kindness looked at Sua Xiaoduo. Follow me. It's definitely not dangerous. I will protect you. Sua Xiaoduo patted his chest. He felt that this vine was really easy to talk to. His ambition seemed to be very promising. Ha! The old man sighed. If it was a few periods ago, maybe I would really go with you. But now, I can't. Sua Xiaoduo was suddenly full of interest. A few periods. What's that? A unit of measurement of time. I've never heard of it. The old man just smiled faintly and said, since you've come here and seen me, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Then, it fell into a long silence. After an unknown period of time, an old hand appeared on the left side of the vine. Its fingers were constantly moving, as if it was calculating something. In the sky, the two small gourds were a little anxious. They were struggling to get down. After a full 2 hours, the kind eyes on the old face opened. He raised his head and looked at the two small gourds in the sky. They were entangled with each other while trying their best to break free from the vines. His gaze suddenly became extremely complicated. Then, he sighed softly. He looked at Sua Xiaoduo and said, I didn't expect. I've been waiting here for so many years. I've been waiting for you. Sua Xiaoduo frowned. Waiting for so many years. Waiting for me. He didn't understand a word of these words. The old man smiled kindly. After thinking for a long time, he said, young friend, can you promise me one thing? I don't know what it is. I'm small with narrow shoulders and small arms and legs. My strength is very limited. I don't dare to take on everything. Sua Xiaoduo said very modestly. The old man hesitated and said, I have 7 children and grandchildren who are wandering outside. They have been separated for many years. If you have the chance in the future, can you let my children and grandchildren reunite? Reunite your children and grandchildren. Xiao Duo said with a little confusion, your children and grandchildren are all separated. But I don't even know what your children and grandchildren look like, let alone reunite them. I want to promise you, but this is beyond my ability. I can't do anything. When you see them, you'll naturally sense it. You'll know. The old man was a little emotional. I'm just doing this on a whim. It's okay if you don't agree. No, no, no. Since you've asked, I'll promise you. Didn't you say that I'll naturally know the reason when I see them? It's fate that we met. I agree to your request. Xiao Duo laughed and agreed. The key now was to build a good relationship. The refusal just now was just an excuse to bargain. When it really came down to it, he would definitely agree to it. It was just a reunion of his children and grandchildren. It wasn't a big deal. Besides, it was even easier to sense it when they met. As soon as Xiao Duo agreed, the sword of Empress Envoi in his hand began to vibrate violently. I can't stand it anymore. Idiot. Big idiot. Don't agree. Don't agree. You dare to agree to whatever you know. I've really misjudged you. I thought you were such a cautious kid who would size up the situation and be scared of death. But you're actually a daring person. Damn it, that's something that no one dares to agree to. You don't even know what you're facing. Those are the top few people in the entire universe. Idiot, don't agree. Go back on your word. Go back on your word. Chapter 8:11. Why are you trembling? Xiao Duo was very dissatisfied. This sword was really not obedient. He exerted more strength in his hand and held the Huang sword tightly to prevent it from trembling. He smiled at the old vine face and said, my words are like the wind. I promise to help your descendants reunite. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely help you. He chuckled and said, I will definitely help. He thought to himself, it's just finding a few gourds. How big of a deal can it be? The old man's kind face suddenly blurred for a moment and then appeared again. He said helplessly, don't worry, don't worry. Just remember this in your heart. Even if you can't do it, it doesn't matter. This old man has a lot of descendants. If they can be reunited, it's fate. If they can't be reunited, it's also fate. Don't force it. Xiao Duo was puzzled. I'm not in a hurry. I also said that it's fate. I will only help if I have the chance. He didn't know that the old man's words were not for him, but for the Huang sword. The Huang sword became more and more weak. It didn't struggle anymore. It doesn't matter if you don't force it, but this kid has already agreed. Since he said it, how can it only be 9 cauldrons? In such a chaotic place, every word and action was karma. That was a promise that would last forever. Xiaoduo's promise was not an ordinary karma. It was an enormous karma. Such a terrifying karma. How dare you agree to it? Even the person who created this world back then would not dare to agree to it. However, this brat actually agreed without even frowning. How ignorant and fearless must he be? How fucking stupid. The old man smiled faintly and said, let nature take its course. If it can't continue, then there's no need to force it. This old man is just holding on to the slightest hope. I have to thank you for agreeing so readily. Following which, a cool breeze blew over. It seemed to have come from the end of the sky, and a dark green vine quietly curved over. The jade green vines were slender and verdant, and there were thin, furry thorns on them. Xiao Duo was stunned for a moment. It was actually a gourd vine. There seemed to be 2 small and cute gourds hanging on the thin green gourd vine. There are actually two of them. I think I only saw one when I was outside. Small gourds, one of them was snow white and delicate, seemingly transparent yet not transparent at the same time. One would fall in love with it at first sight. The other one was pitch black, mysterious and dazzling. Looking at it would make one's heart happy. Two gourds, one white and one black. The old man stretched out a hand and gently stroked the two small gourds, looking very reluctant to part with them. After a long time, he said softly, "The chaos has lasted for a long time. Fate is coming to an end. It's time for all of you to be born. Go." The two small gourds suddenly broke off from the branches and quietly fell into Swashadwa's arms with a tender vine. The old man looked at the two small gourds in Swashadwa's hands with a deep gaze. He was a little sad and a little reluctant to part with them. He said, "I've given birth to 9 children in my life. The previous children were all taken away by them. No one cares about my feelings. Everyone only sees connate spiritual treasures. Every birth of my children is a great calamity of the world. Countless living beings will die because of it. Let these last 2 follow you. These are the last 2. From now on, there won't be any more in the chaos." The old man sighed. "Little friend, if you can let them see each other again, it's already a reunion. Don't force it. After all, it's just a dream. A beautiful dream." Swashauduo stroked the two small gourds lovingly and said happily, "Yes, I know. I'll do my best. I won't force it." Finally, he didn't return empty-handed this time. The two small gourds looked very good. When he took them out, just holding them in his hands and playing with them would be worth the ticket price. It looked like it would be very beautiful if he played with them. They were really too exquisite, too small. He liked them too much. A trace of melancholy appeared on the old man's face. He forced a smile. "Little friend, please treat them well." Then, a sharp thorn suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pierced Swashaudua's middle finger. Instantly, blood gushed out like a tide. A strong surge of blood rushed into the two small gourds. Swashauduo didn't even have time to cry out in pain before it was all over. When Swashauduo looked up in confusion, he saw the old man point a finger accurately between Swashaudua's eyebrows. A surge of vitality poured into Swashaudua's body like an entire sea. "This should be enough for my child to grow up smoothly." Swashauduo was exultant. A little more. The tide-like vitality stopped flowing. The old man's old face seemed to have aged thousands of years in an instant. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He looked at Swashauduo with tired eyes. "Little friend, please." A dark green shadow of a vine appeared and entered Swashaudua's eyebrows in an instant. "With my soul imprint, find my children and grandchildren to reunite. Heavenly Tao." "Little friend. There is no heavenly Tao in this world. Little friend, I hope you treat them well. If fate wills it, perhaps we can meet again in the future. Since the beginning of the chaos, fate has finally brought us together. Little friend. Don't let down this life." The old man's words became more and more ethereal and soft. In the end, he said 2 words, but they were already like whispers in the wind. They couldn't be heard clearly at all. Swashauduo wanted to say something, but he saw a wave of illusory mist in front of him. It seemed like the surface of the water had fluctuated. However, the huge gourd vine had disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of its existence at the original place. Ah! Why is it gone? Swashauduo looked in front of him in confusion. He even reached out his hand to touch it, but he only touched air. The Wawang sword drooped in his hand. It was too weak to complain. You little brat, keep acting. I'm afraid you don't even know what kind of trouble you've caused, and I really admire you for being able to laugh now. Indeed, the ignorant are fearless. Wise words have always been true since ancient times. There's finally something good. Xiaoduo grinned. He looked at the two gourds in his hand, one white and one black. His eyes narrowed. These two gourds are really beautiful. You're only looking at them now. The big trouble is behind. Just you wait. These aren't just gourds. These are two monstrous big trouble. The Huahuang sword didn't want to talk to him anymore. It was useless to talk to him anymore. As for the fact that he finally got something good, that was not wrong. These two gourds were indeed good things. No matter where they were, in anyone's hands, they would definitely be top-notch treasures. However, do you know what it means to be undeserving of one's position? The karma that you've caused for these two treasures is also unimaginable. Not to mention you, even the demon emperor, Empress Hua, and the other lords didn't want to provoke such karma. They didn't even want to try. They didn't dare to try. If they were in such a situation, they wouldn't want these two gourds at all. They would just run as far as they could. However, you little brat, your cultivation is now as thin as paper. Your cultivation is not much stronger than an ant's. You actually agreed to such an ancient promise. That's a huge karma that even the saints of the heavens don't dare to promise. Other than your commendable courage, I'm already speechless. Really? I really admire you so much that I want to die. Let's see if there's any chance. It's important for me to get away quickly. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll be implicated by you and be consigned to eternal damnation. As the Huahuang sword thought about it, he couldn't help but think of those old rivals and old friends from back then. That when he thought about how he might be the only one facing everything, he couldn't help but tremble. Oh my God. You might as well kill me directly. Those back then. Every one of them had to call me boss when they saw me. Now. You want me to face everything alone. Including those few gourds. I have to call them boss gourd. What is this? Could it be that? I'm going to bear everything alone after all. I must get away from this little lunatic as soon as possible. When Xiaoduo was about to put the two small gourds into the space ring, he flipped his wrist. The small gourds disappeared. However, they didn't enter the Tower of Annihilation or the space ring. Instead, they directly entered Xiaoduo's spiritual space. Then, they settled down in the spiritual space and didn't come out. Come out. Xiaoduo was really dumbfounded this time. Ever since he entered the path of Tao, he had encountered countless rare things. Whether it was the divination technique, the aura observation technique, or even the existence of Xiaolong, all of them were unimaginable and unbelievable. Recently, there was the Tower of Annihilation that produced a change in the flow of time, and the ancient thin sword, Huahuang sword, which was the treatment of a protagonist in a novel. However, no one, no life, had ever entered his spiritual space in any form. This sudden change was too shocking. The small gourds completely ignored their master's orders. They floated in the spiritual space, as if they didn't hear him. In the spiritual space, there was a green sea of vitality. In it, there was a thin gourd vine, and two small gourds, one white and one black, were lying on the vine, floating in the sea. That they floated up and down, very comfortable. Oh my God. Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. It wasn't easy for me to get these two gourds, but they don't listen to my orders. Therefore, he tried to command them with his mind, but it was still useless. The two small gourds were leisurely and didn't listen to him at all. Come out. He shouted in a dignified manner. The small gourds still didn't move. Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that I've invited two masters into my spiritual space? The Huang's sword didn't move in his hand. I'm not going to tell you. With your current cultivation, you can only raise the children of the gourd vine. You want to command them. You must be crazy. Chapter 8:12. You're going crazy thinking about it. The Huang's sword kept criticizing him. Wait until you cultivate for another 3,000 to 5,000 years. Well, if you cultivate for 3,000 to 5,000 years, it means that you have great talent and countless opportunities, and you can improve by leaps and bounds. If you can't do that, then 3,000 to 5,000 years, or even 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, who knows? You're an idiot who messes around with karma. You're an idiot who makes promises the moment you open your mouth. You're the most troublesome idiot since ancient times. I hate you to death. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, but he soon accepted the reality of the two little gourds who didn't listen to him. After all, the old vine was far beyond his knowledge. It could kill him with a blow, and it could easily resist the wind of destruction. His current cultivation was shallow, so it was reasonable that he couldn't use the two little gourds, right? The two little gourds were obviously extraordinary. It didn't matter that he couldn't use them now, as long as he could look forward to it in the future. If you don't want to come out, then come out. Anyway, you two can't run away. If you can't run away, then it's still mine. Thinking of this, Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel happy again. As long as it's still mine. You're not obedient now, that's because you don't know your brother's methods. There will be a day when you're obedient, and when you come out, I'll take you out in minutes. Let's go. Finally, he got two great little gourds. Although he couldn't use them now, they were still his, so he could use them sooner or later. Carrying the Huang's sword, Sua Xiaoduo flew out in high spirits. The exit was right in front of him, and the air shook again. It was the two lotuses fighting again. Sua Xiaoduo almost took a step forward, but he retracted his foot. I'll wait a little longer. Looking at the golden light spots in the air slowly falling, Sua Xiaoduo's eyes were full of desire. And the Huang's sword found that this kid had secretly cut off a part of his divine soul power, and left a little divine soul mark at the small opening he made. What was even worse was that this kid seemed to be afraid that the soul imprint would be obliterated, so he actually added another layer, then another layer, then another layer. Then another layer of seal, then another layer of seal, then another layer of seal. The Huang's sword was speechless. Could it be that this brat had taken this dangerous place, where even ninth heaven's experts would be crushed to pieces, as his personal territory where he could come and fleece at any time? Did he leave the mark to come in the future? I don't know if I should say that the ignorant are fearless, or that this brat has been blinded by greed. The golden light spots. Sua Xiaoduo looked at the golden light that was about to reach the top of his head and waited excitedly with his neck stretched out. Suddenly, the wind, along the edge of the seal's edge, and a strongs, along the edge, the wind, and the sword. It was followed by a strong force, as if there was something hidden in this strong wind. With a whoosh, the golden light spots were blown up again. 2 or 3 of them directly floated out of the crack. The rest were taken away, and then slowly extinguished in the air. It was as if there was something hidden in this strong wind, and it was swallowing these light spots. Sua Xiaoduo waited for a long time, but it was all for naught. Thinking of this, Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel depressed. The Huang's sword was somewhat depressed in Sua Xiaoduo's hands. With its strength, it naturally had the ability to keep some light spots, but the Huang's sword really didn't care about those light spots, and secondly, the Huang's sword's heart was filled with a kind of atmosphere called panic. I'm going to go against the bosses. Boss Shone. Boss Fan. Boss Ta. Boss Fu. I'm going to go against all of them. This, it's too scary. How can I go against all of them? I'll definitely be beaten to ashes. Even in the sword world, I'm not the boss. I'm actually just a little brother. The more it thought about it, the more gloomy it felt. The Wang sword thought about it, and it became depressed. Back then, why did the Empress give me to the 7th prince for temporary use? Why did the 7th prince get plotted against? Why did those fellows have to use me to break open the space? That finger of that bastard from the west really deserves to die. He made me wait for so many years, only to get such a wretched and lazy person. What a scam. The last bit of golden light benefit was still not obtained. Xiaoduo's head drooped, and it first checked the heaven-mending stone that it was wearing, then checked the void transformation stone on its chest, and then it swallowed a mouthful of antidote pills. Finally, it rushed out of the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao without hesitation, reluctantly. When it was inside, it was indeed on tenterhooks. Every minute and every second, it hoped to get out safely. As long as it could escape unscathed, it didn't ask for anything else. Now that it was finally out, it was reluctant to leave, and its thoughts were endless. Well, the most important thing was that it wasn't enough. It was lingering. Although it had some gains today, it still felt like it was a loss. After going in, there were so many good things, but I only got 2 gourds that couldn't be commanded, 6 demonic beast eggs that I didn't know if they could hatch, a few stones that couldn't be blown away by the wind, and a few light spots. Other than those light spots that made me feel like I had some gains. The only other thing was this dark and swarthy sword that still had some sense of existence in my hand. What a failure. The moments where Xiaoduo rushed out of the crack, all the demonic beasts on the mountain stood up at the same time, and then they crawled on the ground at the same time. It was as if they didn't see it. That aura. Why did it follow me out again? Xiaoduo was still naked as he landed on the mountain. The first thing it did was to rush into the cave. No one paid attention to me. Cough, no demonic beast paid attention to me. Xiaoduo hurriedly put on his clothes. The time was too tight, and it was too late to wear underwear, so he just put it on like this. Then, he carefully changed his position several times. After making sure it was safe, Xiaoduo waited until the golden light spots in the sky exploded again, and when all the demonic beasts were fighting for it, then he sneaked out of the mountain. Even though he already knew the truth of this area, it was still too dangerous for him now. He would never come back to this place again. At least, before he was strong enough, he would never come back again. Xiaoduo ran away like a wisp of smoke. He was safe. Run. After he left, the local demonic beasts also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that terrifying aura also disappeared. That he was safe. Xiaoduo rushed back with his own extreme speed. How many days had he been in there? He didn't have any idea. Could it be that he was about to collapse? He also looked at the sky with some melancholy. I am now in the nascent soul area. I don't know how many good things there are in the cloud transformation area, the spirit-dominating area, the returning to profound area. It's a pity that I can't get anything. At this moment, Xiaoduo had an inexplicable impulse to let go of the suppression and immediately advance to the cloud transformation realm. Then, he could go to the cloud transformation area to see if he could continue to obtain good things. However, this impulse only appeared for a moment and disappeared. Or it could be said that it was destroyed by Xiaoduo's rationality. It was not wrong to look for money, but when he had to choose between looking for money and looking forward, Xiaoduo felt that he had to choose the latter. I have only suppressed it for 15 times now, and I am in a good state now. The current environment is also good for suppressing my own true core realm. This time, the suppression is more than before. This might be a good opportunity. I can't give up my future just because of the temptation of some external things. I have to bear with it for now. On the way back, he saw a lot of nascent soul cultivators. They were either looking for treasures or fighting with demonic beasts. As long as they were from the astral soul's continent, Zhuo Duo would temporarily observe them. After confirming that there was no danger, he would turn around and leave without alerting others. He continued to plunder and dig. Anyway, he had the help of Xiao Long, the cheat. Most of the landing points were below the surface or in blind spots that ordinary people could not find. There was no conflict of interest to speak of. However, if he encountered the Tao League and the No Alliance, Zhuo Duo would not be polite and directly attack. Stop. This is robbery. You are all covered in dark clouds. You are destined to face this calamity. Give me all the valuable and worthless things. The geniuses of the Tao League and the No Alliance were sullen. The calamity was upon us. We accept this calamity. We also accept that you robbed us of the valuable things. However, you actually want to rob us of the worthless things. This is a true calamity. This is too disastrous. This is a calamity. Zhuo Duo had a different view on this. As the saying goes, if there is something in life, it will be there. If there is nothing in life, don't force it. Maybe the things that are worthless in your hands are very valuable in my hands. Maybe it is you who caused the treasures to be covered in dust, but in my hands, they can be developed. Of course, there were also those who jumped out to resist. You actually want to kill me. I pointed out the right path for all of you, allowing you to avoid the calamity and escape death, all for the sake of asking for a bit of money. You actually want to take my life. That means you are willing to sacrifice your life but not your treasures. You are too much. Every time this happened, Zhuo Duo would rush up in anger. He would use his fists, kicks, hidden weapons, and swords. Basically, he did not need to use his sword to solve the problem. Zhuo Duo did not feel the slightest pressure for such a massacre. You are an enemy. Can't you kill them? Have you not killed enough martial artists from the astral soul's continent? Since you are here to gain experience, you have to be willing to accept defeat. Survival of the fittest. To be honest, it was extremely unfair to put Zhuo Duo into the nascent soul realm to gain experience. This was because this guy's combat power was obviously 100 times stronger than martial artists of the same level. If there was an encounter here, he would be completely invincible. However, no one could deny that this guy was really in the nascent soul realm. There was no doubt about it. When he met Zhuo Duo in the Tao League, in the beginning, Zhuo Duo did not kill many people because they were allies. However, since one time, he found a lot of other people's rings among the stolen rings. From the many things inside, many of them belonged to martial artists from the astral soul's continent. There was even the hidden dragon school emblem. This made Zhuo Duo completely angry. Since then, no matter if it was the No Alliance or the Tao League, there was only one outcome when they met Zhuo Duo. Death. Chapter 8:13. Zhuo Duo felt that if he didn't kill them, he would be letting down the dead warriors of the astral souls. If you don't die, what if you continue to harm the warriors of the astral souls? Even if I don't kill them, they will still kill my people. Zhuo Duo moved from north to south, from east to west. A bloody path led from north to south, another from east to west, then slanted, then intersected. A month had passed since the start of the Crown Prince's Academy. Zhuo Duo had already purified more than 1,000 geniuses of the No Alliance and Tao League. Although this number wasn't small, there were still many fish that escaped the net. The main reason was that this area was too big. Those who didn't encounter Zhuo Duo naturally escaped the calamity and escaped with their lives. Many of them didn't even know what was going on. They immersed themselves in training and hadn't even heard of Zhuo Duo's name. Yet, they were able to survive. Therefore, it was said that sometimes, in a battlefield where killing was everywhere, those who could survive were basically extremely lucky. This sentence was really not wrong at all. If I kill a few more, the others will be safer. We can't let them kill our people. Especially if we can snatch more things and gain more benefits. It's a sure win. Why not? Zhuo Duo's strength was far superior to his peers. His speed was fast and his combat strength was high. As long as they encountered him, there was basically no escape. Of course, there were occasionally those who fled at the beginning of the battle when they saw that the situation wasn't good. Slowly, the news spread. The fact that Zhuo Duo was wantonly killing the experts of the Umno Alliance and Dao League was no longer a secret. Therefore, when many people saw Zhuo Duo, they turned around and fled in all directions. Zhuo Duo deeply felt that he was indeed alone and couldn't snatch many people away. Therefore, he found Long Yuxing, Meng Zhongjun and the others and slowly began to gather the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists team. In a few days, he had gathered 100 to 200 people. Then, he led the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists to attack in all directions. The 8 teams cooperated with each other and came and went. Once something happened, they would come together from all directions. There were sneak attacks, ambushes, robberies, and sneak attacks. The Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists felt that this was actually very fast for them to improve. Therefore, the team grew bigger and bigger. Under the leadership of Zhuo Duo, in the last period of time, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists became the overlords of the secret realm. The Hidden Rogue High Martial Artists started to stand out in this battle. Everyone from the Wizard Alliance and the Dao Alliance felt a headache when they saw the Hidden Dragon School uniform. The most tragic one was San Si. He had managed to rob quite a few members of the Dao Alliance, but just as he felt that his gains were decent, he ran into Zhuo Duo again. Zhuo Duo was even more depressed than him. Why the fuck did he meet someone with a gold medal again? One word, snatch. Therefore, Shanghai was clean again. Let's take a look. In these people's rings, there were no astral souls high martial artists. Get lost. Therefore, Shanghai led his people away from Zhuo Duo and went in another direction to rob and kill the Dao League's geniuses. When they gathered a large number of people again, Shanghai tried every possible way to get rid of Zhuo Duo. But Zhuo Duo actually brought the Hidden Dragon High School's people here again. This was the 3rd time they met. Shanghai was living a life worse than death. Zhuo Duo was also very depressed. Can you fucking stay away from me? It's so annoying. After Shanghai reluctantly endured his disgust and snatched Shanghai again. Shanghai directly shut himself up. What a coincidence. I've been robbed 3 times. The other Umno Alliance's people sent out communication signals in all directions. When they saw Zhuo Duo, they immediately scattered and fled. Of course, they were also plotting revenge. Then, finally, they gathered more than 100 people. They had the advantage of numbers and were led by several recognized young genius leaders. He began to crush Zhuo Duo in a domineering manner, charging straight ahead to find trouble with him. All the Dao Leagues and Astral Souls infant transformation stages geniuses that they encountered died an unnatural death. Only a few were lucky enough to escape. When Zhuo Duo heard the news, he was furious and began to work hard to find this group of people. Both sides were looking for each other, but they just couldn't meet. In order to make it easier for the other side to ambush him, Duo even left the main group to create opportunities for the other side. However, they just couldn't meet. After searching for a long time, Duo directly rushed to the sky and shouted, "I'm Duo. Who's looking for trouble with me? Come on, I'm waiting for you here. Those who don't dare to come are cowards. They're even more cowardly than cowards." Finally, after another day, Duo's roar in the sky was heard by the people of the Umno Alliance. The other side surrounded Duo from all sides and wanted to take advantage of their numbers to kill him. In the face of enemies who were 100 times more than him, Duo was not afraid at all. He directly jumped into the encirclement with his fists and feet, using hidden weapons and sword techniques. He killed more than 100 people and left corpses everywhere. Duo could face the tide of nascent soul transformation stages cloud giant wolves alone without falling into a disadvantageous position. How could he be afraid of them? Especially after the battle with the wolf pack, Duo's personal strength had improved by more than one step. More than 100 people wanted to gather together and work together to kill Duo. However, when they really fought, they realized in despair that numbers were useless against this guy. His strength had far exceeded the limit of nascent soul transformation stage. It had even surpassed the limit of cloud transformation stage and the god reigning stage. Their so-called encirclement was basically a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a mayfly trying to shake a tree. A newborn baby besieging an adult would only be slaughtered by the other party. The other result was that all the treasures that they had painstakingly plundered, including the rings that they had snatched, were all given to him to add to his strength. In the end, they even had to give their lives to him. After the field was littered with corpses, only 3 people managed to escape at an unimaginable speed with the help of secret arts and burning their blood essence. The rest of the 100 or so people were all decapitated without a single one left alive. Duo made a fortune again. In this battle, he did not choose to use the Huang sword. On the one hand, he felt that using this Huang sword would be overkill. On the other hand, this Huang sword was not as convenient as his cat spirit sword. Although he could hold the sword of Empress Envy in his hand, it was too heavy for him. Moreover, the cat spirit sword was of great significance to him. If it was not necessary, it would be better not to use it. But now, there was no need at all. For such an important reason, Duo threw the Huang sword into the space of the Tower of Emptiness. What he did not know was that after the Huang sword entered the space of the Tower of Emptiness, it flew to the sky above the ley lines and began to actively absorb energy. Then, it was infused into the eggs that Duo dug out. No, it should be infused into one of the eggs. The rest of the eggs were just fakes. There was only one real egg. Although Duo could not distinguish it, the Huang sword could easily distinguish it and then take action. The ley lines of the Tower of Emptiness were still in a state of slight continuous contraction. Xiao Long had already noticed this. However, he knew very well that this was the heaven-mending stone transforming this space. Instead of feeling disappointed, he was wild with joy. Duo was on a killing spree. His eyes were red from all the killing, but he was still trying his best to look for someone. Where was Li Chenglong? Where was Li Zhongming? Where was Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing? Where was Yu Yen? He had been looking for these people for so many days. Why couldn't he find any of them? Could it be that all of them were killed? Duo's heart was quite calm about this. After all, he had seen the faces of these people before they came in. There was no danger to their lives. On the contrary, they were blessed with good fortune. It was as if the heavens had given them a windfall and an unexpected opportunity. But now, he could not find any of them. Duo could not help but feel a little worried. As for the other hidden dragon geniuses, Zhuo Duo could also see that many of them were dead. However, this kind of thing could not be avoided. Many of the ways to contact Li Chenglong under any circumstances were ordered by Zhuo Duo. Many of them had to be done. However, no one would have thought that this trial space was actually so vast and boundless. For example, if thousands of people were evenly distributed in different areas of Shandong province, and there were mountains and forests everywhere, the possibility of these people meeting each other was really small. Therefore, even though Zhuo Duo could see through some of the death calamities, he could only talk about them helplessly. When they came in, no one had the ability to decide where to land. Zhuo Duo was searching, looking for treasures, robbing, and killing. Zhuo Xiaoyan in the Huayun area was also doing the same thing. If it was unfair to leave Zhuo Duo in the nascent soul area, then it was unfair to leave Zhuo Xiaoyan in the Huayun area. It was even more unfair. This was because the gap between Zhuo Xiaoyan's current strength and those of the same level was huge. She had already reached the peak of the cloud transformation realm. Moreover, she had suppressed it a few times. She was not like Zhuo Duo. When Zhuo Duo entered, he had just broken through to the nascent soul stage. When Zhuo Xiaoyan entered the Huayun area, she first fell into the ice snow valley and was recognized by the ice soul. Then, she searched the entire ice snow valley and dug out almost all the Xian ice in the mountain. Only then was she able to leave the valley and continue her journey. When Zhuo Xiaoyan walked out of the ice snow valley, her strength had increased by almost 3 times compared to when she had just entered. She was already invincible, but now she was even more powerful. All the demonic beasts she encountered were killed by the spirit-snatching sword. Then, she met a few cultivators from the Umno Alliance. When they saw that Zhuo Xiaoyan was alone and had such a beautiful face, they immediately had evil thoughts. Naturally, they were killed by Zhuo Xiaoyan mercilessly one by one. What happened next was strange. Zhuo Xiaoyan would meet a group of people after walking for a while. No matter if they were from the Wizard Alliance or the Dao Alliance, they all looked like they were fighting for the treasures. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoyan was depressed as he went on a killing spree, killing all who came to him. Chapter 8:14. Zhuo Xiaoyan killed her way from the snowy valley to the scorching hot area. While training and killing demonic beasts, she killed people and snatched things. Well, she didn't really count as snatching. Because those she killed were 100% people who wanted to snatch her things. How could it count as snatching when she was just defending herself? Even if those people from the Umno Alliance and Dao League didn't take the initiative to attack, Zhuo Xiaoyan might not let them off. However, that was just an idea. Since it hadn't become a reality, it couldn't be considered an action. And the fact that the other party took the initiative to attack was an ironclad reality. Therefore, when a woman's beauty reached a certain level, it was definitely a nightmare for men. Zhuo Xiaoyan had killed more than 400 people so far. The most ridiculous thing was that she met a few cloud transformation realm experts from the Astral Souls continent who wanted to snatch her things. Zhuo Xiaoyan was infuriated, and he did not hold back at all as he began to kill. In the infant transformation area, the geniuses from the Umno Alliance had received a warning: stay away from Zhuo Duo. However, these cloud transformation realm cultivators didn't receive the warning to stay away from Zhuo Xiaoyan. When they met them, they attacked and died happily. Many of them turned into ice. It was estimated that there wouldn't be a day where the ice would melt even if the space was destroyed. The more Zhuo Xiaoyan killed and snatched, the more she started to worry. How do I bring them out? If I bring them all out, it's too much. It's too eye-catching. Zhuo Xiaoyan was melancholy. Why don't you leave them with me? Ice Xiao came out. I have an ice and snow space here. It has a huge storage space. It's just that it's easy to freeze things. Sui Xiaoyan didn't care about freezing things at this time. She directly transferred most of the things into the ice and snow space. Especially those with ice attributes. They were all transferred into Zhao's space. When the Sui Xiaoyan finally met the Huayun team from the Nine Heavens Pavilion a month later, they were being besieged by a group of geniuses from the Tao League. 40 to 50 people surrounded a dozen people, and both sides were fighting desperately. And on the ground, there were already 3 corpses of Nine Heavens Pavilion's cloud transformation realm experts. The blood on the ground instantly ignited Sui Xiaoyan's killing intent. In an instant, the world was frozen, and the Spirit Snatcher's sword rushed into the battlefield with a sharp whistling sound. In less than half a minute, everyone in the Tao League was killed. When everyone was resting, Sui Xiaoyan voiced her doubts. Isn't the Tao League allied with us? Why is it that all the Tao League members that I've met along the way have attacked me without giving me a chance to explain? Your side is also being attacked by the Tao League. What's the meaning of this? A cloud transformation cultivator from the Nine Heavens Pavilion smiled bitterly. In this kind of place, who cares about alliance or not? Everyone wants to eat as much as they can. These are resources, and they're all high-quality resources. Lord Civet, as long as we can bring these resources out, there are foundation and resources for martial arts. What we bring out is the foundation of the human race in the Astral Souls continent. What the Umno Alliance brings out is what the Umno Alliance brings out. What the Tao League brings out is what the Tao League brings out. And what we cultivators bring out, most of them have to be handed over, but there's a small portion that doesn't need to be redistributed. That's our personal gains. It's fundamentally different from what the seniors came in to loot after we left. So at this time, what alliance is there? It's not strange even if people in the Astral Souls kill each other. They just want to bring out more things. There are many things that after leaving this space, perhaps you won't get a second one in your life. Especially since this is a space set up by the Demon Alliance. Most of the treasures here are rare things that our Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance's Tao League continent don't have. This is the only chance. This cloud transformation cultivator was afraid that Sui Xiaoyan would be at a disadvantage due to her soft-heartedness, so he seized the opportunity to explain everything clearly. I understand. Sui Xiaoyan nodded. Does that mean that we can rob them as we wish? Kill them? Of course. As long as we're strong enough, of course we can rob them. However, if we meet someone tough and fail to rob them, we can't do anything about it. I see, I understand. Sui Xiaoyan nodded expressionlessly. A wave of coldness was emitted from her body. She had long understood this point. Wasn't the previous counterattack and Meng Duo's gains all because of this? This cloud transformation cultivator of the Nine Heavens Pavilion probably didn't realize what kind of existence he had unleashed with his words. He didn't know what kind of karma his words had created. At least, Sui Xiaoyan had already activated her previous passive counterattacks and defensive counterattacks. She took the initiative to greet them, overflowing with killing intent. They rested for a while. Sui Xiaoyan distributed some healing resources. Then, they discussed for a while and split up again. Everyone understood that this time, it would be a great opportunity for everyone in this world. Although they knew that they might die if they split up, they were destined to not gain any experience if they stayed together. They were all cloud transformation cultivators. Even if they still couldn't see through life and death, they still didn't care about it. If they didn't risk their lives, they could only watch as the Umno Alliance and Tao League members obtained resources and improved by leaps and bounds. The deeper their foundation, the sooner they would kill them. If they followed the spiritual cat or people with high cultivation, they might be safe. But what use was there for them? What was the point of cultivating? They came here to gain experience, not to be protected. Today, they had the spiritual cat and teammates to rely on. What about the future? What about the battlefield? Who else could they rely on? After Zhuo Xiaoyan left the team and embarked on the path of cultivation, she was much more straightforward than before. She even took the initiative to attack. This is a robbery. Hand over your space ring. In the beginning, when he said this sentence, he felt embarrassed and awkward, and felt that it was inappropriate. However, after experiencing it several times, he actually became very proficient in it. As long as she got used to it, anything could become a habit. Where ice and snow covered the sky, the path of fairies wrapped in silver, the cold sword in front of her soared into the sky, the remnant souls and blood behind her. Zhuo Xiaoyan's speed was much faster than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. A stream of light appeared gracefully, and in the next moment, she was already dozens of miles away. After a few flashes, she disappeared without a trace. Only a fragrant wind and broken limbs were left behind. None of the Umno Alliance and Dao League members that she saw could escape from her sharp sword. Zhuo Xiaoyan's killing intent was stronger than anyone else's. She was different from Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo might think about other aspects, but Zhuo Xiaoyan would not think about it at all. She was a stubborn girl. Once she decided on a path, she would walk it to the end. Since she wanted to kill, she would kill until the end. Along the way, the Umno Alliance and Dao League members were complaining. Some people even suspected that the astral souls cheated and threw in God reigning, mystery returning, and even Skysoar realm experts. They were too strong. Finally, on this day, Zhuo Xiaoyan reached the peak of the mountain. She focused her gaze on a certain place in the sky. There, thunder clouds were faintly visible, and lightning was connecting into one. It was the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom that Zhuo Xiaoduo had entered. However, from where Zhuo Xiaoyan was standing, that space seemed to be gradually rising. As time went on, it completely broke away from this space and rose higher and higher. Gradually, the mountain that was originally covered by the sky was revealed. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly had an epiphany. It seemed like it was time to go out. She counted the number of space rings that she had obtained on this trip. The number of space rings that she had obtained was already more than 1,500. However, the biggest difference between her and Zhuo Xiaoduo was Zhuo Xiaoyan did not know where to find the resources underground. All the heavenly treasures that she had collected all came from the ground. Previously, when she was in the Ice Snow Valley, because of the Ice Soul, she had collected all the ice treasures in that area. As for the rest, she had obtained everything that she could see and everything that she had the opportunity to do so. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo had collected everything from the ground and underground. The sky was 900 feet high. In the God reigning area. Qin Fangyang rushed out covered in blood. He was truly fighting alone. This was a life and death experience. No one teamed up with him, and not many people knew who he was. Speaking of which, this time, it was thanks to his old comrade that he was able to enter the God reigning list. Ever since he entered, he had been constantly struggling between life and death. Qin Fangyang really didn't expect that the training this time would be so cruel. On the first day, he had encountered 3 life and death crises. After that, almost every day, he had to struggle for survival. After training for nearly 2 months, Qin Fangyang felt that his cultivation had been honed all the way to the peak of the God reigning list under such a cruel atmosphere. The biggest difference between him and Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan was that whenever Qin Fangyang obtained any heavenly treasures, no matter if they were stolen or dug up, as long as they were useful to his body in cultivation, he would eat them at once. He ate them all, and every bit of improvement counted. It didn't matter if he had snatched it, or if he had encountered it by chance or obtained it. His battle experience in the past gave him the greatest confidence. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to avoid the injury of mutual destruction, but Qin Fangyang could use the small wiggling of his muscles to avoid death. Every time this happened, his opponents would die, and he would always be able to survive. Since I entered this unlucky place, just my chest alone has been pierced through 6 times. Qin Fangyang sat on a big rock, his clothes ragged from head to toe, and calculated his gains. I have collected more than 30 rings. As long as I can bring these gains out, they will be able to increase the foundation of those boys. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile. Little bastards, if you don't work hard to cultivate, you will not only let her down, but also let me down. Qin Fangyang smiled happily. Chapter 8:15. Qin Fangyang thought of those students of his. They were the greatest pride of his life. They were the greatest pride of both him and her. I've already received the letter of appointment. After I go out, I'll be teaching at Ancestral Dragon High School. Thinking of this, Qin Fangyang was even more gratified. I've done what you asked me to do. I'm going to Shangjing to watch them grow up on your behalf. Thinking of Ancestral Dragon High School and the future dragons fighting for heritage. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. Boys, the future of the dragons fighting for heritage will depend on your own efforts. I want to see how many of you can soar into the sky. When the time comes, I should be able to give you some convenience. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to go to the battlefield. There are gains and losses in life. Some regrets are inevitable. After the dragons fighting for heritage, there will definitely be a chance to go to the battlefield again. Qin Fangyang narrowed his eyes. Thinking of the upcoming dragons fighting for heritage, imagining the scene of his students winning and going on stage to express their gratitude, he couldn't help but smile brightly. When the time comes, your wish should be fulfilled. In the future, they will fight on the battlefield. I don't think you want to see it. When the time comes, where should I go to find you? Qin Fangyang murmured affectionately, find Marshal Dongfang. It's been so many years. Marshal might not be able to help me again. Or find Sua Xiaoduo. That boy, I really don't trust him. He definitely won't tell me the truth. Even if there's no hope, he can point out countless hopes for me. Sigh, that frisky monkey, just thinking about it makes me want to beat him up. Damn it, just thinking about it makes my hands itch. Sua Xiaoduo was chasing after a few No Alliance's nascent soul experts. These people didn't leave behind their space rings like the previous people before escaping. If you leave behind your ring when you escape, I'll definitely take it first. But you guys didn't leave anything behind. That are you looking down on me, Sua Xiaoduo? While he was chasing, a little fatty wearing a white Ancestral Dragon High School martial arts suit suddenly rushed out in a sorry state. Help! Help! I'm from the Astral Souls continent, help me. Behind the little fatty, there were more than 10 experts from the No Alliance. Alright, Sua Xiaoduo naturally went up to meet them. However, when they saw Sua Xiaoduo appear, they cried out in surprise. Then, they threw a large number of natural treasures on the ground and ran away. These people had all been robbed by Sua Xiaoduo once. Holy shit! So sensible. Sua Xiaoduo began to collect the scattered heavenly materials and earthly treasures and murmured, then I'll wait for you to collect more. I'll kill them the next time I meet them. There's not much time left. Next time, I'll kill them first. This brat actually thought that these No Alliance and Dao League experts were working for him. They worked so hard to collect them, and then met Sua Xiaoduo and instantly snatched them away. They went to collect them again, and they were snatched away again. Hero! The little fatty instantly worshipped Sua Xiaoduo. Hero, hero! So awesome! The little fatty's eyes became starry. The Umno Alliance's experts turned around and ran away the moment he appeared. They were afraid that they couldn't escape, so they threw good things everywhere to divert attention. This is a golden thigh. With such an expert by my side, how can I be in any danger? The little fatty instantly decided that this is my boss. Boss, what's your name? The little fatty came to Zhuoxiaoduo's side attentively and helped Zhuoxiaoduo pick up the things. Zhuoxiaoduo also saw this kid taking out good things from his spatial ring as he picked them up, stuffing them into the spoils of war for Zhuoxiaoduo. The little fatty's idea was brilliant. This kind of expert's divine sense naturally covered the whole place. My little movements will definitely be noticed by him. Moreover, I did it spontaneously and secretly. This will show my sincerity even more. However, after he collected them and gave them to Zhuoxiaoduo, he wanted to wait for this hero to be polite. Who would have thought that Zhuoxiaoduo would accept them all without even blinking? He even put on a straight face and looked at the little fatty with a frown, his face full of dissatisfaction. Where are you from? How can there be such a coward in ancestral Gragon's martial arts? Zhuoxiaoduo raised his eyebrows. Why are you shouting when you can't beat him? The little fatty felt wronged. I can't beat him, but I can't escape either. What can I do if I don't shout? My name is Little Hero Yu. The little fatty enthusiastically introduced himself. Boss, hero, may I ask for your name? Little brother Yu Xiao greets you. Ha ha ha, you can call me Xiao, or you can call me Xiao. Haha, that's what my friends and elders call me. Little shrimp. Zhuoxiaoduo frowned and wasn't interested. Let's go. If you're so afraid of death, find a place to hide. I'll follow you, boss. Little Hero Yu's chubby face was full of flattery. Don't follow me. I'm not interested in bringing you along. Zhuoxiaoduo rejected him sternly. Boss, my ancestor is the heavenly king of the right. Seeing that Zhuoxiaoduo was about to leave, Little Hero Yu hurriedly said, if I can get out safely with you, my family will repay you generously. Heavenly king of the right. Your ancestor. Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at the little fatty from head to toe. Fuck, I didn't expect him to be an official. If your ancestor is the heavenly king of the right, why did he come here to train? Zhuoxiaoduo frowned. I didn't want to come here either. I didn't want to come here the most. The little fatty felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Whoever wanted to come here was a coward. I was forced to come here. Among the 3 brothers in my family, I was the unluckiest one. The little fatty was still brooding. Until now, he still couldn't understand why he got the shortest draw when he obviously cheated during the draw. Alright, follow me then. Zhuoxiaoduo said, the heavenly king is already so old. If he cries again, it'll be ugly. Thank you, boss. The little fatty agreed happily. Do more work. Okay. Following that, the little fatty was so attentive that it surprised Zhuoxiaoduo. He helped to clean up the battlefield and inventory the supplies. He didn't take a single cent and gave it all to Zhuoxiaoduo. When he was free, he started to gossip to Zhuoxiaoduo, the kind of gossip that couldn't be spread by the higher-ups. That he even massaged Zhuoxiaoduo. In short, he was so diligent that he definitely didn't look like the descendant of a high-ranking official, especially not the descendant of a heavenly king. Sometimes, even Zhuoxiaoduo doubted him. Was this guy really the descendant of a heavenly king? Was he just making up a story to trick him into being his bodyguard? But this guy had the identity jade token, so he could see everything clearly. As time passed, Zhuoxiaoduo's movements became more and more frequent. The highly skilled bandit team also became more and more active. They needed to achieve the greatest results within the limited time. This was the highest order of the bandit group's supreme leader, Suo Duo. So now, everyone was sparing no effort in snatching. They even stopped cultivating for the last few days. Their priority was to snatch the supplies first. There wouldn't be such a good opportunity in the future. Finally, there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning in the sky. Suo Duo looked from afar. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, he could still see the sky over there. The dark clouds seemed to be gradually rising. And the sky above his head seemed to be constantly rising as well. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, it seemed to be growing bit by bit. It seems that this space is really going to collapse. Suo Duo jumped up and ran back. Where is everyone? Come out, all of you come out. Don't train anymore, gather together first. Wait to be taken out. The little fatty, Yu Xiaoxia, also shouted. Although his strength was low, his body was really good. His chubby panda-like body followed behind Suo Duo. Under the situation where Suo Duo didn't use too much strength, he was actually able to follow at a moderate speed. Suo Duo shouted as he flew. After a few hundred miles, a large number of Astral Soul's mainland soul transformation stage martial artists had followed behind him. The bandit groups also started to gather around. It was really about time. Everyone knew this in their hearts. As they were flying forward, they saw a mountain in front of them. It was obvious that it had collapsed for some reason before. The mountain was in a mess and the towering trees were all over the place. Suo Duo had passed by this mountain once before. He didn't care about it. Why would he care about a place where there was nothing good? So he turned a blind eye and passed by. But this time, the situation was completely different. Before he had time to walk in front of it, there was a sudden sound of heaven and earth cracking. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light that lit up the world. Then, a magnificent palace appeared in the air from the golden light. Suo Duo's eyes lit up and he suddenly became restless. Good stuff. Good treasure. However, he only had enough time to be tempted. Before he could do anything else, many figures suddenly appeared in front of him. The palace also shrank in an instant. In the end, it turned into a golden light and entered the body of one of the people. Suo Duo looked and saw that the person who took the palace into his body was Li Chenglong. Looking at Li Chenglong's side, he saw Li Changming, Yu Moyan, Yu Yan, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Yu Moyan's senior sister, Du Guyan. The group of people that he had tried to find but couldn't find were all among them. There was a long sword wound on Yu Moyan's face. Du Guyan leaned on him weakly. Her face was as pale as paper. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Xiang Bing was also limping. Xiang Chong was supported by Li Chenglong. His tall body was almost completely lying on Li Chenglong's body. Yu Yan was carried by Li Chenglong and was unconscious. Li Chenglong was the only one with the lightest injuries in this group of people. The rest of them were all seriously injured, with injuries all over their bodies. On the other side, there were people from the Umno Alliance and people from the Tao League. Every side had many seriously injured people. At this moment, they were all angry. Both sides gathered together and forced Li Chenglong and the others. Hand it over. A young man in white from the Tao League shouted angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Hand it over. A tall and strong martial artist from the Umno Alliance shouted angrily. Come and get it if you dare. Li Chenglong spat and said, if I get it, it's mine. If you want it, it's easy. Let's fight. Let's see who has the longest life. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.